Welcome to the Pay Love Forward podcast. My name is Dr. Matthew Leavenworth, founder and director of Pay Love Forward. This series shares the stories of our quiet builders of compassion, those leaders who, in the words of Dr. Bob Wilmoth, choose to lead with courageous authenticity. At Pay Love Forward, our mission is to build compassionate communities for the at-risk and underserved through mentorship. This podcast is one way we live out that mission. In partnership with Resilient Stories and the Center for Mentoring, Coaching, and Leadership Development, two organizations dedicated to amplifying voices of courage, recovery, and renewal across Montana, we're committed to hearing the story within the story, the deeper narrative of resilience that connects us all. In this limited series, Pay Love Back, Cops, Robbers, and Rappers, we focus on the interconnected story of leadership, mentorship, and redemption surrounding a young man named Hutchinson. Three men, Officer Brett Hilde, Cole Hill, also known as Killa C, and myself, have each invested in Koa in very different ways. When I first moved to Billings, I worked in a group home at Youth Dynamics. That's where I first met Koa. I worked with him for several years. I took him fly fishing and rock climbing. I cared deeply about him. And then, as often happens in the system, I lost track of Koa. His story did not stop. He became a prominent gang member in Billings. He was an enforcer and a recruiter for one of the most notorious and dangerous gangs in our city before being arrested by Officer Brett Hilde. Years later, while I was sitting in a hospital room with my son Gentry, battling his leukemia, Koa called me from prison. In many ways, we were incarcerated together during that season, him behind bars and me beside a hospital bed, as our mentoring relationship resumed. What Koa did next was one of the most courageous decisions I've ever witnessed. While still in prison, he left the gang. Because of the risks this put him in, he spent much of the next several years in administrative segregation, isolated from the general population, and trying to survive the bounty placed on his head by the gangs he once worked for. Over the remainder of his sentence, I spoke with Koa every week. I believe the phone calls meant as much to me as they did to him. 3 months before recording this podcast, Koa was released from prison. Since then, I've watched him make one difficult and disciplined decision after another. Reentry is not kind to former inmates. The world does not rush to welcome them home. But he has continued moving forward. On January 29th, 2025, Koa stood before 50 community leaders at United Way and spoke about how mentorship changed the trajectory of his life. In that room, our community saw something powerful, the possibility that those we once counted out might return and help rebuild the very neighborhoods they once harmed. This series tells the story of how we got there. It's a miracle we did. Recorded on Father's Day, June 21st, 2026, this is and will be one of the proudest and most meaningful moments of my life. Thank you, Koa, for being willing to share your story. Thank you for allowing me to be part of your journey. What you shared and the courage it took to make it where you are now is going to bring more healing and hope than you can possibly understand. I love you. I'm so proud of you. And we're just getting started. The world needs better stories, and Pay Love Forward is here to tell them. All right, man, we are officially live. So, Koa, man, I'm so excited to have this conversation, man. I'm amped, dude. This has been, 15 years in the making, something like that.
Yeah, just about.
Yeah, maybe a decade. So I'll just give a little background and then we'll jump into it, man. But this is the third part of a three-part series that we're calling Cops, Robbers, and Rappers.
Yep.
You might be 2 out of 3 of those categories, right?
Yeah.
So with Officer Brett Hilde and then Cole Hill, aka Killa C, and then now this is the cornerstone of the conversation. And I mean, I was very clear from the get-go that it was sort of about this story, and man, there's just so much that we can unpack, but your story and my story started at Youth Dynamics at a group home, River's Edge with Teresa, and you were 13, 14?
I was 13 years old when I showed up, yeah.
Yep. And me and you, man, like we hit it off, dude. Like we were buddies,
Yeah.
Like, and I don't think that you knew my background so much, but I mean, I was on a redemptive path also, man, and somewhere in the middle. Like it's not like I'd figured all that stuff out yet. And anyway, but I mean, for me, it was like family. Like I deeply cared about all of you guys, but I think you and I had a very close relationship, and it was a madhouse though, right? Like it's a bunch of kids who are with high A scores or struggling from one thing or another, and put them all together, and for whatever reason we put boys and girls in the same fucking house, which was
that was a bad idea.
This is a terrible idea. So River's Edge now is just all girls. Teresa's like, I'm not doing that shit anymore.
That's crazy. Well, that's a good change.
Yeah. That's so it's all girls, but Star is still boys and girls. But they come to the climbing group now, which is so cool. I'm going to get you in there ASAP. But I think that when the story first occurred to me, man, it was at this mentor recruitment event. So, I mean, it was an incredible moment in time where, we had 50 of the city's, most elite, most influential leaders that had gathered there to talk about the importance of mentorship. And you told your testimony of mentorship. Mm-hmm. And, I mean, you were 3 months out of prison, man. I mean, you were, and that started, and, so, because it's 2 years in the group home, and then I kind of lost track of each other. It wasn't through lack of effort, but that's how that sometimes goes. And then you called me, and I was in the hospital out in Denver with my son. He was battling leukemia, and then you and me, we talked every week almost for 2 years while you were still incarcerated, while I was still fighting with Gentry, and then. And then you finally got out, man, which, I mean, we're gonna unpack all this stuff because that's a hell of a story in and of itself of survival and of kind of a relentless, I mean, you charted a new path, and you stuck to your guns, which was, man, that was remarkable, and, de-affiliated and then got to tell that story. And I mean, that was something else, man. I mean, it was a room full of people who saw the potential, man, saw redemption, saw the possibility that the people that we discarded, meant that there's still hope even in those types of stories. And so out of all that, what comes to mind? Just
nobody's ever limited by anything. It's what you believe that you are that's going to limit you. Like, redemption, getting down the road to wherever you're going to go is possible. It's just how hard are you willing to fight? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's not like how hard is it going to be. I mean, it's going to be hard.
It's going to be super hard.
But because even if you chart a course towards self-destruction, I mean, especially the stuff that you've come from, the stuff that you've been through, like, it was hard either way. None of that shit was easy. So your self-destruction could have been hard, but the path forward was also, man, you got to have some serious grit, right?
Yeah. And it gets easier too once you start. You build small goals for yourself. You build, today I'm going to do this. Just one positive thing. And then you get that down, and a few days later, I'm going to do this, another positive thing. And you just implement those things into your life. Whatever you deem worthy, those things to be. Whatever it is that you need to put in your life, you just keep adding good things. And, as you start achieving those goals and you start seeing that, you can achieve these goals, you become a winner in your head, man. You start believing you can win. It's achieving the small things first and realizing that all the big dreams are possible if you can achieve those, even if it's just one at a time every few days.
Yeah.
It's progress, and progress is slow.
Well, you're talking about the process of incremental change, of making one small, productive, positive change at a time and building on that. But like, what I witnessed, man, was you doing that while in ADSEC, while on death row with death row inmates, while totally isolated, while, there was a green light out for you in prison. People were actively trying to kill you. And I mean, that's an easy place to fall into despair. And yet still you were able to keep reaching, which, and I mean this, Koa, man, it was one of the most courageous things I've ever witnessed. I was so incredibly proud of you. Which in like, if you had asked me, like, Matt, should I devalidate, like, while I'm in here, I probably would have told you no.
Yeah.
But you made that decision totally independently.
Man, when I got to jail, that last time, I knew I was going to prison. I knew there was no way I was getting out of it. And I'm sitting in my cell, I'm panicking, I'm sobering up, and, man, about not too long into it, I'm looking at myself in the mirror, and I just don't like who I'm looking at. Honestly, I didn't recognize who I was looking at. Like, here I was, years previous, this kid with a big smile on my teeth, or a big smile on my face, and, happy all the time, lots of energy. And all of a sudden, that time I was out before I went to jail, people told me that they didn't recognize me, that there was this darkness in me. the same Koa. That I was Koa, but I wasn't who they remembered me as. And I seen it too. I didn't smile. I didn't smile when I looked at myself. I didn't smile when I looked at people. I didn't greet people. I never went out of my way to talk to people. I'd watch, and I would see what could benefit me, and I would plan to take it. And like I said, when I got to jail, and I knew that this was going to be the rest of my life, man, I wasn't going to do it. And I stopped right there. I knew I needed to stop. Like it was a click inside me.
You just made up your mind.
Yeah, and I was never going to be a gang member again. It wasn't something for me, for something that I wanted to bring into my family's lives, my siblings' lives. And I knew that before all of this, and I isolated myself from them. I cut everybody who could possibly care about me in a meaningful way out of my life, because I knew that watching me destroy myself, it wasn't what they wanted to do. It wasn't what I wanted them to do. It became so lonely. It became so dark and evil that there needed to be a change, man. I was destroying my life, destroying myself, destroying the community. It was
and effective at it as well. I mean, I don't know if you've listened to the episode with Brett yet, but I always enjoy Brett for so many reasons, because one, Brett is very good at his trade, but that's how he described you. He talked about you with respect, like that you were good at plying your trade, which is a cold, calculated, exploitative trade.
Yeah.
But you were very effective. And Koa, I've known this from the very beginning for a very long time, that either you were going to do a lot of damage to our community or you were going to help save it. Mm-hmm. And I believe that probably it'll be a little bit of both.
And I don't think that you're the only leader in our community that's seen that. I think that was exploited out of me as a child. Mm-hmm. I think that people seen that I had a magnetism about me. Everywhere I went, my age group was attracted to it. And, these quote-unquote big homies in the community, the ones that are responsible for, misleading our youth, they seen that.
Yeah.
And they used it. They used it to build themselves a gang. They used it to build themselves a following. And, man, I was their biggest supporter. I thought that nobody was going to give me an opportunity in life. Whatever it was that I was going to get in life, I was going to stick my hands in the dirt and I was going to pull money out. Mm-hmm. And, they were the ones that...
Man, I don't know that conclusion is entirely incorrect based on, what you had been through as, growing up, man. Like, that nobody's going to give you an opportunity, and so you better figure out how to take it.
Yeah, exactly. Nobody was handing me nothing. Nobody was trying to figure out what I was going to do after I turned 18. Nobody was sitting there asking me what the goals of my future were. There were none. Mm-hmm. My goal was, I'm going to get out of juvenile prison. I'm going to make it back to Billings. I'm going to get back into the gang. I'm going to get out of jail. I'm going to get back to Billings. I'm going to get back to the gang. And every time I went away, it was like I went away to these giant networking places. Mm-hmm. And those are the prisons. You go in there as somebody with nothing, and you come out and you know people out of the country. You know people in states that you've never been to. And
with resources.
Mm-hmm. And you bring that back because you believe that this gang is the only thing that's ever going to take you anywhere. Mm-hmm. You believe that that's the only acceptance that you deserve for the things that you do.
Yeah, man. Well, I think I have a deep empathy for gang members, and because I understand that, man. Like, and part of that is, working with the kids who wind up becoming gang members and just watching them. We built a little micro family at Youth Dynamics, right, in the group home. And, it really was that, man. And all those kids, you're still hanging out with Johnny, I remember Brittany and all those kids. And, that they meant so much to me. But then all of a sudden somebody else decides to just pick you up and put you somewhere else and sever all of your connections to the little micro family that you built. And then they just do that to you guys over and over and over again and pull the rug out from under you over and over and over again. So like, it's no wonder, man. And, you know, I think about what a gang offers, like that, because it's like it's a covenant. It's like a contract, right? Like,
Yeah.
we're going to give you a family. We're going to give you respect. We're going to give you a mechanism to make money. You know, all of these things that, you know, truly have been not only taken away from you, but like nobody else is offering those things.
Yeah, it's a lot like a frat. I mean, it's the easiest way to put it is, you know, you see these people who got status, you see these people who got money and they got their place to live, their car, their women, and their ability to make money, and then they offer a little bit of it to you. And, you know, at first it's, hey, you need a little bit of money? All right, cool. Hey, you don't owe that to me. I wouldn't come off that if I needed it. I take care of me first, man. That's all you. And the next time it's, you need a little money? Hey, hop in the car.
I'll show you how.
Yeah, it's time to do some dirt. And, you know, that's how you get in. That's how, you know, after you earn your bones and everything, that's how you get in.
Yeah, but it's seductive like that, right? Like,
yeah,
it's
absolutely. And
first one's free.
First one's free, absolutely. And they hook you up everything, you know, and then after that, it's like, all right, you want more? Come get some more. Come get yourself some more. Yeah.
So let's I mean, we're going to talk about all that, man, but let's start back at the beginning.
Oh, the group homes? Yeah.
No, before that, man, with your mom, let's start at the beginning, man.
Yeah, so my mom, she was a Sioux Native American woman from Fort Peck Indian Res. She was adopted, actually. I believe my grandma passed away from alcoholism in her mid-20s. And I believe my grandfather passed away from something related to do with alcohol and a fire in his early 20s. I know that my mom, she struggled a lot because of the abuse she suffered while she was in the system, you know. I also know she was separated from one of her brothers, and I don't know what happened to her twin. I actually haven't heard from him in a long, long time. But, you know, my mother, after going through what she went through, she just was that type of woman who never wanted to be sad. She never wanted a sad moment, never wanted a dull moment, never wanted to deal with stress, anxiety, the responsibilities of life. She'd just been burnt out on all those things as a kid. And, you know, she was just not ready to be a mother when she had me. She wasn't ready to be a mother when she had my little brother either, but her addiction was just so bad. And I don't think that she was necessarily addicted to the alcohol. I don't think she was addicted to the pills or, you know, whatever else she was addicted to, you know. But I think she was addicted to the escape of her past, you know.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about somebody who had to grow up really, really fast, right? I mean, that's what happens in the group homes and in the system is you gotta like take a lot of. I mean, you're in survival mode, like, so none of those carefree things that kids get. Like, she probably didn't get a whole lot of those.
Man, just to get into like a little bit of the specifics. I mean, the people who fostered her are passed away now and everything now, and you know, I'm sure that they had the greatest of intentions bringing in, you know, these Native American kids into their homes, trying to give them a better life. But, you know, there wasn't a lot of supervision in that house. It was another abused and hurt kid that abused and hurt my mother.
Yeah. Yeah, and then, I mean, you're talking about, you know, sexual abuse. You're talking about, you know, physical abuse. You're talking about
lack of supervision there is what led to that. Generational.
Wait, what's coming up for you right now, man? I can just sense there's a lot of emotion when you talk about your mom. And just take your time, man.
Yeah,
we're gonna be here for a while.
Yeah, there is a lot of emotion when I talk about my mother, to be honest. I mean, you know, despite all my mother's shortcomings, she was a light, you know.
There was a light in her, and you got to experience that on.
Yeah. Man, it's like even getting out of prison and getting to just hanging out with my biological family and stuff that knew her, man. It was, man, her death affects even them. It's like, I didn't realize, it's like I didn't realize how much of a magnet she was for our family. She kept us together. And, you know, when she passed away, my family in Wolf Point, really, they kind of disjointed, you know, that central mechanism that kept them all connected, that happy-go-lucky person that would stop by, check on them. You know, she's being Native American, she got lease checks, so she every month when she got her lease check, walk around, make sure family had money in their pockets, go have fun, like, invite them all over to her place, like, you know, she was a central figure for our family. And when she passed away, I think it took a lot of my family, including me. Because when she passed away, I was on COVID lockdown for 2 weeks in a cell. And I'm sitting there. Because in prison, you get tablets to text on and everything.
Yep.
And you can make phone calls on them and everything. And I'm sitting there and I get a text message from my adopted mother. And it says, we need to talk. And I've been in my cell for like 3 days now. We're doing 24 hours or 23 hours in our cell. We get 1 hour out a day, and they're kind of switching the cells. That way everybody gets an hour out in this day room and stuff because this quarantine. I've already had my hour out and everything, and look at my tablet. It's like probably 8 o'clock at night right now. And when I see that text message, we need to talk, man, I got chills from head to toe. And I knew my mother passed away. I texted back. I said, it's my mother, huh?
Yeah, you just knew.
Yeah, I knew.
When was the last time you talked to her before that?
Pre-release, about 3 months previous. Man, I felt so guilty that I didn't talk to her, but all the... 1 second, bro. I need to take a breath.
You take as much time as you want to, brother.
She had like bipolar and schizophrenic tendencies because of the drug abuse. And, you know, when I called her, hadn't talked to her in years. And, mentally, she wasn't even aware of that. She thought she'd talked to me yesterday. And we had this conversation where she was telling me about all these things that she, you know, believed that we'd done and said together over the last 2 years. I just sat there soaking it up.
She invented a reality that was maybe a better reality than the one that she'd found herself in.
Yeah. yeah, it was. It was that, yeah, exactly. Hearing that, going through that conversation was so hard for me. I didn't call again. And I could just tell that, the pills and the alcohol and the meth had just destroyed her mind so much that I didn't want to lose that image of who I remembered her as. So to not tarnish that,
Yeah.
I had to step away. And man, probably like like 2 months later, my uncle passed away, and that was her closest brother. And I think that after he passed away, she just started drinking so much that it just took too big of a toll. I know that how she passed away was cirrhosis related, and she was doing her thing, having fun, and whatever she was doing caused her to fall out. She fell over onto the ground. Well, she was already supposed to be on dialysis, and her blood was so toxic that it had eroded the structures of her internal structures of her organs. So when she fell over, her internal organs ruptured and she bled to death from the inside out.
Cole, when you think about her, man, and you think about the person of joy that was inside of her, that sometimes got covered up in pain and heartbreak and hardship, and what would you say to her? I mean, and let me ask you this too, because I think you and I both believe in the spirit world, and that man, there's a reality in which she can still hear you. I know you and I are both Christ followers.
Yeah.
And so that this is a story about redemption, and I believe it's for her as well. What would you say to her? What do you want to say to her?
Honestly, I'd probably thank her for the moments that we did have. I know that there was a lot we didn't.
There were some good ones.
Is
there a moment in particular that comes to mind when you think about her? Her pockets were full, man, and there was a smile on her face, and joy was...
Man, I'll tell you this story. I actually wasn't there for it, but I feel like it describes my mother perfectly. It was my Uncle Derek. He's a pretty good man. His story is actually pretty similar to mine. Went to prison, redeemed, like he's walking a road of redemption, and has been for about 16 years. And he's a good mentor to me and my younger brother. He's really stepped up to the plate since our mother's passed away. And I don't mean like he's trying to be our parent, but he'll see us, call us over, and we'll kick it, and he'll just offer the best advice that he knows how to give, because
he cares. He's making room for you.
Yeah, exactly.
He's one of the leaders on the reservation, isn't he?
Derek actually, he just works at Albertsons.
Okay.
But he is a leader. Yeah, he's does his own thing, and working on starting his first company here soon. And he's just a guy who made a lot of bad decisions, who finally figured it out, and he's trying to make sure that me and my brother get that same kind of guidance. But he told me this story about my mother one time, and he's all like, "Man, let me tell you something." He's like, "Your mother Teresa just wanted a good time, man." He's all, and I'm like, "Yeah, I know." And he's like, no, I mean, for real, like, she just couldn't be bored. She couldn't handle responsibility. He's like, let me tell you something. He's like, I seen her get a check for her land, $150,000. And you know what she went and bought? A keyboard. And she learned how to play Beethoven in a week. Because she was bored.
Yeah.
You know, she was a college graduate. She had a degree in computer science. She was the only graduate in our family ever.
Wow.
She was an intelligent woman and compassionate.
Learned to play Beethoven in a week.
Yeah, it's crazy, huh? Like, that was her personality. She would just throw herself into something that entertained her for a little bit. But I'll tell you this is that, you know, I was around for that 150,000, and 2 weeks into it, I definitely didn't. When I came for my visit, I didn't see her playing a keyboard. But you know, she was just a light. Just wanted to have fun. We wanted to have fun for people around her. Wanted to laugh. Wanted to smile. And you know, those are the moments I appreciated because I did have a mother in those moments.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Well, so let's go from there to, you know, how you and I first met.
Yeah.
Like, how did, you know, I mean, you can talk about as many of the childhood experiences as you want to, but like how did you wind up from, you know, growing up in Wolf Point, having a mom who, you know, you've even shared some stories of, you know, we've talked about human trafficking and some of those things. And, you know, she was just struggling to put food on the plate. And, you know, ultimately, like, she was not a safe mom for you. And so you had to be removed. And then, so just maybe let's talk about that in-between time.
All right. So 8 years old, I got adopted. And, you know, me and these people, we just never clicked. It was, I just always felt like maybe I wasn't turning out how they thought I was gonna. Maybe they regretted having me. But we just never had that closeness or that connection that maybe I just knew my mother too well. Maybe I knew who she was too well before I went into the system. But
probably that's what you really wanted, man. You really wanted your mom to you know, figure some things out so she could just have you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and actually 8 years old when I got adopted is probably I think that's where a whole lot of my pain comes from in my life. I didn't know what adoption meant back then, you know?
Yeah.
It wasn't like wasn't like a word in my repertoire back then. And so we go to court and our foster family dresses us up and, you know, we're feeling cool. We go to Poplar, we get this little road trip. We're excited, like saying they were going to take us out to eat. Me and my brother, we were the best of friends. Like, we were...
Sage?
Yeah, Sage. My little brother, Sage, he's a coach and everything now.
Yeah.
He's a great leader in our community.
Incredibly proud of Sage, yeah.
But, you know, we go to Poplar, where the courthouses are and everything. We pull up, and I see my mother standing there. And, man, she looks healthy. She's got weight on her. She's got her color back. My mother was a very dark Native woman. When I was growing up, I thought she was black. I did. I asked her, I was like, are we black? And she's like, Cohen, you're white, but I'm black. And I'm like, are you really? And she's like, no, I'm just Sioux. Just Sioux, yeah. Very dark skin complected people. And see my mother standing there, just beautiful, just glowing. And we run up, grab her, hug her, go into the front door of this building. It's just this tiny room, probably about the same size. There's two of these rooms. There's like a podium at the front of it. Some lady sitting up there in some robes, and shuffling through some papers. We go over and we stand next to my mother at this booth before this. The security guard asked us if we wanted some chairs. And he brought 3 chairs, but we only end up using one of them, you know, me and my brother sitting on mom's lap.
Would have taken some courage for her to be there.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
I think she wanted the best for us. I don't think that her saying in that courtroom that she was willing to give us away. I don't think that was her saying, I don't love my children.
No, I think it was her saying she wanted what was best for her children. And she didn't know how to provide that. And so she gave you up to a system that, maybe didn't do that much better of a job than she would have, but, tail end of all this. But that was her. I mean, yeah.
Mm-hmm. But I know me and my brother, we got so much pain from that when we left because we knew, like, it was apparent to us that we're never going home.
Yeah, I mean, I can just envision an 8-year-old kid, right? You're excited. They're going to take you out for dinner. Like, you don't really understand the implications of what it is that, that paper means. Yeah. And then all of a sudden, it comes crashing through that, this is the end. This is...
Yeah, next thing you know, me and my little brother were getting in trouble for going to our mother's house to say hi. We're not allowed to see her anymore. And...
Which is, like, fundamentally does not make sense to an 8-year-old child. It just does not, like, there's no way you can explain that where it's like, you just want your mom. You're just a kid. Like, you're programmed to want that.
Yeah, exactly. And I also, neither me or Sage had a father to, like, lean on. There was nobody in our lives who looked like us that made us believe that, that, like, we could be like this man.
Yep.
It was always,
Did you know your dad? Did you?
No, I didn't know my dad, not in any meaningful way. And Sage, he never knew his father either in any meaningful way. Neither one of us have had barely any contact with him at all.
Still alive, though? Still out there somewhere?
I don't know about my father, but I know his father is, yeah.
Yeah.
Just going through that at that age and, that was, like, fundamental for us,
It was foundational, man, and preface what I'm about to say with the fact that this is a lie, that you are wanted men. Like, I want you, man. I love you.
Yeah.
And there's so many of us that do. But, when your dad doesn't stick around and then your mom, gives you away, and then you're not like that, there's an underlying message that the world didn't want you, that there was no place for you.
Yeah. And then to even look at our own people, I mean, there was no escape. There was no escape from just bitterness. I mean, even in the town we're from, I mean, people could Google it, Wolf Point, Montana. It's not somewhere you go to achieve your dreams. It's not somewhere where somebody achieves their dreams. You turn 18 with these big ideas in your head, and you get lost to the streets, and you slowly lose your soul.
Sucks life out of you.
Yeah. Valid Victorians sit outside the bar drinking their lives away.
Yeah, man, but I love what you just said, man, because there's an overlap there, right? Like, what has happened to your people throughout history, right? Which is that things were just taken from them that should have belonged to them, and then they were stuck in a corner, in the corners that nobody wanted, right? Like there's both an abandonment and then a message that, there is nowhere for you to be.
Yeah, absolutely. And then just the generational trauma continues to repeat itself. There's no help for my people. We got there's a few pillars in our community who really stand for something good, who will give you their time and their energy to try to help you create who you want to be. Mm. But not many. Mm-hmm. There's no communities that really exist inside Wolf Point. I mean, I found
that can lift people up.
Yeah, exactly.
Show people a path.
Exactly. I only found my acceptance through boxing. That was where I found my place at first. That was where I thought that, I could run away to this place. I can have fun. The coach will take time to speak wisdom to me.
Which, and still, man, I take kids boxing out here, and you know, so that I love that, man. But it's also violence, right? Like it's that pathway is also embedded with violence and being good at violence. And
that's actually what led to me getting kicked out of the club was taking my anger out on the streets. It was my drug addiction and putting myself in bad situations and knowing how to fight and. Word getting around, I ended up getting kicked out of that club completely. Like, I don't think me and the coach are actually still pretty good friends now. I've been to his house, talked to him, he's, talked to me, and we've had some good conversations since I've been back. Nothing very long, but, he's invited me back to the club since then, just extended that bridge. And it's actually kind of sad because these pillars that I grew up with, they're getting older now. My boxing coach has to do dialysis now. Mm-hmm. He's he can only open the club 3 days a week. And, sometimes he doesn't have enough energy to do it. He has to hand the keys off to somebody he trusts. Yeah.
But even, again, man, it's this kind of theme of, like, you found a little micro community.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which had those things. 'Cause, I mean, that's what a father is, man. Like a father in its ideal is it's a pathway. It's a road to something that works and is functional. And, like that, hopefully, man, for my daughter, I demonstrate that there's a pathway to love and meaning and stability and all of those things. And then you just eliminate that and it's almost like you're taking true north off of the compass. Yeah. And like, there's just no, because that's what kids are doing is they're looking for somebody to articulate how to go build the world that has those things that we're all wired to want. And so you can find that in a micro community. You can find a coach who will listen to you, will sit and care about you, and so you're also telling a story of another one that just got taken away, right? And maybe partially because of some stuff that you did, but it's just one more that was just eradicated. Yeah. One more rug just pulled out from under you, and then once again you're back to
back to running on the streets,
surviving, right?
Looking for the next thing.
Yeah,
it was. I found community in that boxing club for a long time. I actually met my best friend through middle school there. His name was Orion Garfield. He's still a great man. He's has a company over in Missoula, does sheetrock construction, stuff like that. Mm-hmm. Still talk to him. We're just so far away, don't get to hang out ever. But just absolutely
this is
love
one
that
of the
guy.
things that I love about you, man. You hang on to people.
Absolutely, man. I
think you got dark for a while and you pushed everybody away just because, and probably even to protect some of us too, man. I think there's always been like, I actually think this, Cole, that you have protected me. Like I've witnessed that even throughout your incarceration and even coming out afterwards, like you didn't use me as a resource when it might have put me in a bad situation. And so I know that about you, that you, even as you walked that path, there was still something about you that loved people and cared about the people who've loved you. And I mean, I had a lot of respect for that. But I mean, even all those kids from the group home, man, like you still talk to, like Johnny, like, where all these folks are at. And I think part of you, that's been you reaching for that family that you never really had.
Man, that was why I was so good at what I did. That was why I was people have told me this, so I feel comfortable saying it, but was a talented leader.
Yeah.
It was because I really did have room in my heart and compassion in my heart for the people that followed me. Mm-hmm. I seen that these kids were lost. I knew that they were hurting. And, I had made myself believe that my road was correct. I had learned everything, all the knowledge, all this stuff. I'd applied it to my life, and I seen that it to some degree worked. I mean, I had money in my pocket, I had a place to stay, and I had a following. And
in control, right?
I was in complete control.
Yeah,
that was the sickest part of my world, is that I was in complete control of everybody in my life. Now, at one point in time, I had 19 little homies here in town, regularly checking in at my house daily, and I controlled them. And it wasn't like I intimidated them to do anything. It was, I knew how to plant a seed in a discreet enough way that it seemed like it was their idea. I would give them a dream. And, you know, once they found it, once they discovered it, you know, quote unquote, on their own, I would nurture it. I'd build that fire in them. I would learn about their traumas as a kid to exploit it and make them violent. I would, you know,
harness that anger, right?
Yeah, I really believed that I cared about these people deeply. And in reality, I think I did care, but I also cared about myself more. I cared about pushing this gang forward more, the validation, the acceptance. I believed I was going to take over this city. I didn't think anything could stop me.
Yeah.
I didn't think anybody could stop my team. Because here's the thing is that, and this is something I genuinely believe, a team can only ever, a crew, a team, whatever you want to call it, can only be as strong as their leader. Because people lean towards doing things that are the easiest for them. If it comes naturally, if it comes easily, they're going to tend to lean towards it. So your weakest traits as a leader are going to be exactly what get reflected back at you by your crew. So you have to be strong. You have to be strong-minded. You have to be willing to do things you don't want to. You have to keep your emotions in check. You have to be calculating. Because if you want to see those things reflected at you, you have to portray them. And I was a strong leader. And so my crew was strong. And
what's like a Faustian bargain, man? It's a deal with the devil in some respects, man, because and you took the deal, right? And then you just also offered the same deal to a bunch of other people, but while believing in it. And I mean, I think that's what it is, man. Like, it's like a gang is a false promise. Like it offers all these things that these kids have had taken away from them. They desperately want those things, and it offers those things, but man, they turn to ash, you know?
Yeah.
Because the outcomes are just death and disease and prison and destruction, right? And it's always the outcome.
It starts with violence, it ends with violence. You're either going to make your bones or get jumped in when you join a crew.
Yeah.
And you're either going to leave as bones or, you know, like the belief is that you're going to leave as bones or you're going to get killed for violence for the gang.
Yep.
And
you live by the sword, man.
Die by the sword, exactly. And it's just a really hard thing to escape. Because once you're in it and you know the people around you got dirt on you, you know the people around you could get you locked up. You know, they know where you live. They know where your family stays. They know everything about you.
Well, these are systems that do not allow people to escape. And I don't even know that the gangs have been the worst one that I've seen that you've gotten. The prisons were worse almost in some respects. Like that was set up for you to fail. And they did not want to let you escape. But we'll get to all those things. But let's go from... So you described, you know, the adoption, and then so it would be 5 more years before you and I finally connected to the group.
Yeah. So 5 years go by. I'm floating through this home that I'm in. I'm like stuck in the middle of nowhere, actually, and 15 miles away from the nearest town, 3 miles away from the nearest neighbor. Just lost my mother, and I'm in this home that just I just don't connect with. I don't connect with the people in there. I don't feel like they connect with me. I feel like alone all the time when I was living there.
Well, just to describe that, man. So it's kind of a working ranch. It's Dan and Ann were your foster parents, and they've taken in a lot of kids.
Yeah, they've taken
adopted, fostered a whole bunch of kids, and a lot of those kids, they work. That's part of what keeps the ranch going. And I know that has been a challenging relationship for you. I mean, but it's still a part of your life, and it's like sometimes. I mean, I've known you for a really long time, so sometimes it's good and there's some connection there, and other times you're pretty angry and they're pretty angry, and so it's been but it's a big part of your life. But also maybe it was not, because just even to put you're losing your mom, you that's what you wanted, and that's what your heart was calling you back towards, and so probably part of you was not really able to embrace the new situation that you were in, and then I think there were lots of things that were less than ideal that happened to you when you were a kid, but that's what it was, a working ranch. I mean, you were a cowboy.
Yeah.
You grew up on a cowboy ranch.
Yeah, exactly. Lived there until I was 13 years old, and one day something happened, and I guess everybody just decided that it was best I didn't live there no more. And so at 13 years old, I'm ripped out of the home I've known for the last 5 years. And I actually, before I went to the group home, I ended up in another temporary placement.
Oh, okay. Before Youth Dynamics?
Yeah. I for about 2 months, I lived with this pastor, Danny Lindsay. And that's a great man in our community too, man. He does homeless stand-downs. He helps out with the veteran stand-downs that goes on there.
Yeah.
He runs a soup kitchen completely funded out of his own pocket. He puts on revivals completely funded out of his own pocket. And he's not a wealthy man at all. When I lived with him, it was, sometimes we were eating what we caught out of the river.
Yeah, no doubt.
It was, he was a pretty good influence on me at that age, because I seen this man that looked like me. I seen this man that would give me the time, and he wanted to teach me about God while I was there. But he couldn't keep me. And the reason was...
There's a couple of themes here, man, that I know are reoccurring. We've already talked about a bunch of them, but I know they keep reoccurring throughout your story. One is that some other people, not you, just decide that it's not for anybody's best interest that you're no longer in that home.
Yeah.
And so, off to the next place. But then also there is this reoccurring theme of people who see something in you and believe in you.
Yeah. It's always been other people in my life too. It's only been recently, the last few years, that I really found like self-belief that I could do anything. Not in the streets, but anything. And but you're absolutely right. Before in my life, I noticed it too. People have always seen the potential in me where I dismissed it. And he was definitely one of those people. You have been one of those people. And I think every mentor in my life's been one of those people, actually.
Yeah, no doubt, which is a big part of our conversation. But it's hard to hold on to that, especially when you're young, when you're 8, and when people are just consistently, randomly deciding that you probably aren't a good fit for this home, and so let's send you off to the next place. You can't internalize what other people are seeing in you when the status quo of your life is just ejecting you to the next place that you've got to go figure out. Which, man, I mean, that's always a thing. A lot of group home kids are chameleons, man. You guys are so psychologically wise, because that's what you have to come into a new place. You've got to read the room. You've got to learn about an entirely new dynamic, and then you got to figure out how to get yours in the midst of that.
Man, rapid change causes rapid growth.
Yeah, no doubt.
And when you're going from one place to the next, to the next, to the next, to the next, where you never know if you're going to be safe because of people around you. I mean, don't get me wrong. There are kids in group homes and stuff that they got stuff they need to deal with. They got stuff they need to work through. There's kids out there who, they're in there because they probably need somebody to invest some time and some energy into helping them with whatever.
Man, every one of those kids.
Exactly. And, there's cases that are a little bit more extreme than others. And, like I heard the story about my mom. I mean, I told you a story about my mom and where she was abused by another foster kid. Like that kind of stuff happens all the time because of like lack of guidance, lack of supervision. Like, and you know, you're going through these places, you hear these things, you see it happening to people around you. Man, I was in Provo Canyon, Utah, school for boys. And I'll tell you that the abuse that those kids suffer from the staff while I was there was outrageous. I've seen staff members go and choke kids in their bed while they're sleeping. I've seen this kid named Spigner. He was a African-American kid from Kansas City. And he was so stressed because this guard coming in and beating him up in his sleep, choking him in his sleep. And I don't know why he targeted Spigner. Spigner was just one of the only African Americans in our unit. And so, and he wasn't necessarily more disrespectful than anybody. He wasn't necessarily more energetic than anybody. It was just Spigner was the one he went after. And he got kicked out of that facility and sent to jail because he made a shank because he was scared for his life. He, you know, this is a 13-year-old boy making a blade to protect himself because he's not safe while he sleeps. And that's not even the worst story. Like, you know, these are places that we're putting our children. These are places that we're putting these youth that are already hurt and exposed. And, you know, they're lost without guidance. They don't have no basis in their life to build off, no foundation, no support. They don't even have a sense of identity because so much of that comes from your family. Yeah. And, man, there was that kid getting choked out in his bed, 13 years old, by some dude that wasn't even his freaking father. Like, you know, you go and you see that kind of stuff. And worse, definitely worse. I mean, that same facility, I seen somebody get stabbed in the face with a piece of glass. Like, it just
was just terror and trauma, man, and fear, and you know.
I'll tell you a really defining moment in my life at that facility specifically. I was in fights all the time. I got there, I realized I was from fucking Montana. I'm average size, but I got some boxing under my belt. You know, I knew I could fight. And so my first day there, I got into 2 fights and beat both kids up. After that, about a few days goes by, I beat up another kid. I sit 3 weeks in this room called Stable. And let me tell you a little bit about that. Stable in Provo Canyon School for Boys is you wake up at 6 o'clock in the morning and everybody files out into this giant room and there's desks set in rows. You sit down on that desk and you face forward all day. You're not allowed to speak. You're not allowed to look to the side. You're not allowed to put your head down on your desk unless you ask permission. You get about an hour, if you're lucky, of gym time. But the rest of the day, you're sitting and you're looking at the wall in front of you. And if you mess up, they're adding a day to your stable. They could even start your week over. And so I got stuck in there for 3 weeks. I finally made it to the units. Everybody, you know, I was in there for 3 weeks. I knew that the troublemakers were circling through. I was picking the ones that wanted to issue with me, you know. And by the time I made general population, I made the main line there, it was everybody already knew who I was. Well, I still continue to get in trouble while I'm there and everything. And finally I go to this
Was that a functional strategy? Like, did you, inflict enough damage on some other people to get respect? Sure.
Yeah, as soon as I got out, everybody was curious about me. I became a leader and I built my crew while I was there. Like, that's a reoccurring theme in my life too. Everywhere I go as a kid, I would build myself a family and I would treat my brothers as equals and I would treat them as brothers. And, you know, they liked that. They didn't experience that. They didn't have family like that. And because of that, I had their undivided loyalty.
Mm-hmm. How old were you in Utah?
I think I was 14 years old.
Okay.
About to turn 15.
So that was after Youth Dynamics?
Yeah, after Youth Dynamics. Yeah. And But the defining moment in this, like where I really started to like believe that there was no other option for me, was during this psych eval. They're asking me questions and everything, and after I get done, I'm like, oh, what's my diagnosis? And he starts reading them off, and it's all the same shit. It's, ADHD, this and a third, like something's wrong with you. But the last one on the list was ODD, oppositional defiance disorder. And I was like, oh, that's new. What is that? And he's like, and he starts biting on his pencil, and he goes, it's kind of a precursor. It's kind of a precursor diagnosis. And I was like, precursor for what? And he's like, well, basically, it means more than likely one day you're going to go to prison.
Mm-hmm. He read you your fate like it was a crystal ball, though.
Yeah, just told me that I was destined for prison at 14 years old. Mm. And in my head, I was like, I ain't going to prison. In my head, I was like, they're going to have to catch me first.
Yeah.
But, at that moment, I was like, dang. Like, it didn't really sink in, but it was like, dang, that's what he thinks, huh? Mm-hmm. And then I ended up asking my therapist about it. And her name was Madison. I have no idea what her last name was. She was my saving grace in that facility. Mm. She was my safe place. She was she was my mother while I was there, man. She would make time to come into the unit. She, if I was having a really rough day, I didn't have nobody send me care packages while I was there. When I left, my family pretty much stopped conversations with me. I mean, it was every once in a while to have a good appearance with the counselor if she's asking for a phone call.
But a couple of years at Youth Dynamics, I don't think anybody ever called to check in.
Yeah, exactly. And so, talking to her about it, and she's like, so how's your week going? And I was like, it's going good. I guess I found out I'm supposed to go to prison. And she's all like, what are you talking about? I was like, oh, that counselor guy, he diagnosed me with ODD, and he says it's a precursor for kids to go to prison. And she flipped her shit, man. She lost her wig, man. I don't know how else to say it. This little old white lady that I had no reason to care about me freaking storms out of the office, comes back in, grabs me, goes to him, starts like, telling him that he's not supposed to tell me that kind of stuff. Mm. And, man, I actually liked Madison so much that I almost didn't want to go home. Mm. I actually tried to sabotage it for myself. Insurance had cut funding for kids in Montana to be in treatment out of state. And so because of that, my stay there got cut short because I'd been out of fights for, I think, a couple weeks. And they were just like, oh, he's rehabilitated.
And one of your motives for wanting to stay was just this relationship with this maternal figure who,
she was
again fits into this category of people who saw you, believed in you, cared about you. And
man, she would get me out of trouble. I remember one day I had no reason to beat this kid up. He just called. I mean, I did. He called me a bitch. And at that time in my life and where I was, as a man, I couldn't let that happen. And so I beat him up. And she came in the stable the next day and told the guards that they were going to let me out of stable. I'm going back to general population and that I'm not in trouble. And got me out of the room, got me back into my unit. And the kid that I beat up was still stuck in there for another 6 days. Like, she really took the time to try to help me. Mm-hmm. And even when I left, she stayed in contact with me for, man, I don't want to say 9 months, but unfortunately I went back to that ranch and they didn't necessarily like that relationship. And so because I didn't have any communication of my own, they wouldn't let me have a cell phone. They wouldn't let me have a laptop. I couldn't use theirs. And when I did, it was like, you've been on there for 20 minutes. What are you doing on there? Give it back. And so I couldn't really maintain any of that relationship because she wanted.
Man, I tried forever to keep in contact with you. It was just hard to do. Not because of you, but because that was your world, man.
I had no contact. It was like I was isolated on this ranch. That's what they wanted. And, so finally I lost that relationship, and then I'm alone again. I'm in Wolf Point again, and man, I didn't want to be on that ranch, so I took off. I went and lived with my biological mother. I got really heavy into drinking. I got heavy into the streets. I got heavy into selling drugs. I got heavy into hanging out with the people who ran the streets in my town. And I started getting sucked into that lifestyle. And I seen, man, I'm probably, 14 still. And I'm seeing, men that look like me that got shit in life. They got a car, they got a woman, they got a car. Got a house. Like,
yeah. There's almost this theme of like anti-mentors as well, man. Like they're the same as the rest of us, man. Like
but they lead you down the wrong road.
Yeah, see potential in you, man. See your innate capacity for leadership, and then pull you in that direction. And you've had a bunch of those as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, before we do that, man, because I have to hear this one story, right? So, because now we're at like 15-ish, which is past when you and I hung out at Youth Dynamics. But so I told the story of the rock climbing adventure.
Oh, yeah.
And so I got to hear what happened. I got to hear the other side of this story, man. I've been waiting for like 12 years to hear the other half of this story. So I'll set it up, man. Which is, I was taking you guys climbing, you and Jonathan, climbing and fishing on a pretty regular basis, and finally got permission to take the group home kids up to the rims, which I don't know why anybody gave me permission to do this. It was just a terrible, terrible idea. But I think my perspective was that I'm watching you guys go through the reality that you're describing and like feeling hopeless about it. Like, unless there is some radical intervention, unless we got something to you guys that mattered in your life, like we were just going to lose you guys. And that was sort of a devastating thing that I was confronting. And so that was why I was sort of relentlessly pursuing even these not great ideas. I remember on the Stillwater, I took you and Jonathan, I don't know if you remember this one, but like you and me were hiking down and I looked back behind me and Jonathan's just like floating down the river. like he just fell in, and it's like a big river, man. Like this kid is going to drown. This is terrible. But we did other things. Like, man, I took Jonathan one day and, we caught trout and gutted them and grilled them on the side of the river. But anyways, I was doing these things that probably were going to get me fired or sued or so I finally got permission and took you guys up to the rims, and, I think I free soloed up to the top of the rims, set up the anchor, and then I can't remember the girl's name, but she wanted to go first, and she got like 7 feet off the ground, and it was 4 of us, so it was me, you, Brittany, and you might remember the other...
Autumn Duffield.
Autumn, yeah.
Or Autumn.
Yeah, she was trouble, man.
Yeah.
And so she climbs up 7 feet and then just freezes, right? And won't come down, won't go up, like just is sticking to the wall. And I'm on belay, so I can't do a fucking thing. And then you guys are like kind of just like hiking that direction, and then I'm kind of yelling at you, and then all of a sudden like nothing's coming back, and you guys were gone.
Yeah, I remember, so I think what happened from my perspective was something happened on the wall, and then I remember Autumn ended up coming back down the wall, and she's standing there next to Brittany, and Johnny's going up. And was it Johnny going up on that wall?
No,
or
man,
was it somebody else?
She's a little bit bigger, and then she got stuck. I think I only got 1 or 2 people up.
Was that Natalie that was on the wall then?
Maybe, I can't.
So I remember what happened was Brittany and Autumn said, "Oh, is it okay if we just go walk over here real quick?" And you're like, "Yeah, just don't go around that corner and just make sure you come back." And they're like, "Okay," and then they walk around the corner. And me and you were so close. We still are, but like even at that age, we were so close that you had trust in me, and you're like, "Cole, would you go yell around that corner, make sure that they're over there?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I will." Well, I ended up looking around where that bend is, and I see them up on top of the rims, and man, these are both the girls I had crushes on when I was a kid, and they're like, "Oh yeah, we're not coming back." And I was like, "What do you mean you're not coming back?" And they're like, "Well, yeah, we're just going to walk down the rims and we're going to go have fun in Billings. Like, do you want to come with?" And I was like...
I can't say no to that, man.
Yeah, well, at first I did. I was like, "No, I don't want to go." And I was like, I was like, I don't want to get in trouble. And they're all like, oh, okay, well, see you later. And they start walking away. I'm like looking at these two girls. I'm like, dang it. And I was
never
like,
going to get this opportunity again, man. Like,
and they're all like, so I said, how did you guys get up? And they pointed at some rocks. Like, I climbed up. And I remember like the entire time we actually were worried. Like, we were walking down the rims and we're like, do you think they're looking for us right now? Do you think they're looking for us? And Brittany, she's like, yeah, they're looking for us, you know? And so we end up walking down, and we actually don't have anything to do because none of us have a cell phone. None of us know where people freaking live. And so we go to Target, and we ended up stealing some Mucinex DM and eating like a whole blister pack and just frying and getting back to that group home. And I remember when I got back, I couldn't even like, I was so messed up. I couldn't even like conceptualize what was going on around me. I remember you guys like talking to me and stuff, and then like asking me if I needed to go get an STD check and all this stuff. And
well, there was some rumor that like you guys had called somebody, and there was some. Yeah,
I mean, we'll skip over that, but but.
It was not an irregular occurrence that we like took you to the hospital. You guys like, I mean, the group home as a whole for STD checks. Like,
it was.
We had to do that.
Absolutely. Like, we're at risk kids, and you have no idea who would pick us up.
Horny little like 14-year-olds, man, and like we have these like dollar store alarms on the doors, right? And it's like boys and girls in the same. It's just a house, dude. It was just a horrible situation.
Is Teresa going to listen to this podcast?
Oh, I'm sure. Absolutely,
all right.
Man.
Well, Teresa's going to love how I got away with bullshit the last time I was there. Because the dollar store freaking alarms is exactly how I was doing it. But yeah, long story short, we just ended up going, getting those Mucinex. Then we came back and... bro, like, you have no idea, like, the impact that had on all of us. Like, even till the day I was until the day I was an adult and we could have contact regularly again, because they got this rule, what is it, 3-5 years or something like that, that you can't have contact with anybody that you were a staff member in that group home with. And so there was a long, dark period.
I have a very long history of not giving two shits about those types of rules. That's part of why I'm not a counselor anymore, man. I just cared too much about the kids that I worked with, and just decided I wanted to be in your guys' lives.
Mm-hmm. You know? And I completely understand why they make those rules. Yeah. But what it does is it creates stumbling blocks for the people who really do care. Mm-hmm. Because, like, you, my friend, you created a family. You know, you brought us together. Like, when I say that me, Brittany, and Autumn, we were so guilty, felt so guilty about it. Like, Autumn couldn't stop crying. Brittany just was racked with guilt that she even gave me drugs because I was just a kid. Like, and here I am, and I'm sitting here. I'm like, man, that's like my best friend. He's like the only dude that takes time for me, and I went and I betrayed him. And like, even at 13, I felt so guilty. I'm sitting there high. And my entire trip was ruined. Laying in bed, Johnny trying to talk to me, like,
racked with guilt. Like, your trip, man.
It's good. I learned a lesson from it, though. Don't lie to your friends. Yeah. And man, you were definitely a pillar in that house. I think Teresa was a pillar. I think Paula was a pillar. I think all the staff members brought their own things. But me and you were the ones you and Johnny were the ones that connected. And we actually talked about this. Me and Johnny did. He was all like, do you think Matt knows that we used to be troublemakers just so we could go out all the time? And I was like, what do you, like, I don't think so. You know?
No, Matt knew.
Because
Matt was a troublemaker.
Yeah. No.
I mean, I was in a group home, man. I used to sneak out all I was a master of all of these things that I was watching you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you seen it, and but we didn't know if the staff ever caught on, because like what it really was is like we went fishing with you, and like it was really fun, you know, and we were like, well, if we're bored here, let's get in some mischief, like unintentionally at first, And next thing you know, we get in trouble, and then we're sitting there and we're like, damn it, we're in trouble. Well, let's see if we can go fishing since we're level 0. And next thing you know, they're like, all right, you guys can go fishing. And so we just kind of realized, like, you know, we were big enough troublemakers that they let us go out and do stuff with you because they didn't want us around the house. And they didn't want us around causing trouble, you know, like certain, like, people. They just wanted to keep us busy. They didn't want us in trouble. And so we actually got to go out with you a lot. And that is actually, like, something that Johnny still talks about, is just, like,
funny, man.
Just how much trouble he used to cause. That way we could go out. And
you know, you guys didn't have to cause the trouble. Like, it would have just taken you
yeah,
regardless, man. Like,
sometimes we tried to be good and stuff, and like when you weren't working, it was really hard to get like outings and stuff. Like especially ones that we wanted, you know, like there were so many girls in that group home that it was shopping and this and that. And, you know, me and Johnny, we wanted to go outside and be boys and go outdoors and learn the things from you, like how to fly fish, man. We didn't have a father to teach us that. There was nobody investing time in us like that. I still remember how to do a roll cast.
Hell yeah.
Like, I mean, I haven't practiced it. Probably looks like shit. But, you know, like, you know, those are enjoyable, very enjoyable experiences with us. Like the fact that he's 26, I'm 25, and we're sitting there talking about these things, smiling, laughing at each other. Like, that's how you know those are core memories for us. Those are core experiences for us.
Well, they are for me too, man. Yeah. Because I still remember all those things. I mean, maybe even like, I stepped away from counseling in really good standing, but I was never great at keeping separation, or, you know, there are things that you're supposed to do as a counselor that protect the field, that protect it. And I just like, I don't know, like that wasn't me, man. I was in search of something deeper. And like, I don't know, man, like even what you're describing now, which is I basically built a reward system for you guys to go cause more mischief. But like, if anything was ever going to get through, man, it had to be love. Because like nothing else was, man. Like the situations you guys were coming from, and like the backstories, like you know, me, like, I don't know, man, like some rule system or some like that wasn't gonna do it, you know. And you guys were family even then to me, and like I just took that responsibility so seriously, and I loved you guys, man. I wanted to see you guys succeed.
Yeah, I'll tell you this, bro. It wasn't the structure of the group home or the chores or like the reward system that made us do good. It was the outings. It was the getting to spend time with you, learning how to tie flies with you, learning these, you know, things that as men as boys we should have been learning from the men in our lives, but we got you.
Yeah, no doubt, man.
And you know, that was pretty profound, man. Like, you really did affect us.
Yeah. I mean, nothing means more than that to me. But, you know, then as always happens to you guys, the tide came in and swept those sandcastles away, and then you were, you know, Provo, so let's talk about that, because you know, now you're back in Wolf Point. You reached out to your mom, you reconnected with her, and now some other men in your life also see your potential. I won't get into names just because I don't want to offend any of my family members, because he's a father to one of my family members, and he actually passed away. So I don't want to tarnish anything or start any drama there. But yeah, there was specifically one that took me under his wing, and he was a twisted individual. Even how he died is twisted. Like, I think before he died, he murdered somebody, and his co-defendant's locked up right now. Like, and that's something he'd been getting away with for a while. You know, he hadn't been to prison. Murder?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, he was good at what he did, and you know, I started hanging around him, but at the time he wasn't necessarily just going out, and you know, it wasn't common knowledge. It was like, if you knew, you knew, and I didn't know. All I knew is he sold drugs. He was the toughest motherfucker I knew, and I wanted to be just like him. And man, the kind of like manipulation that he would do to me would be so messed up. Like, we'd get super high together. And, you know, next thing I know, he's a grown-ass man getting at the girl that I like. And I'm only 14, maybe about to turn 15. And just showing me that all the things that he, like, you know, he knows I like this girl. And then, like, immediately afterwards, lets me know that, hey, I'm going to pass her off to you. You can have this. Like, just a twisted individual. He only wanted the people in his life to believe that they had what he allowed them to. And in a lot of respects, it was absolutely true.
Yeah, he was able to build that system of control.
Yeah, he was. And I think that was the first time I ever got sucked into it. I witnessed it. And my outlook on it, even at that age, wasn't that I wanted to fight against it. Wasn't that, you know, I shouldn't be a part of it. It was, I'm going to soak this up. I'm going to watch how he does this, and I'm going to learn for myself. And, you know, that individual, like I said, he was very intelligent, very twisted, very manipulative, and he played mind games, and I'd see how they'd pan out. And he probably had no idea I was as intelligent as I was. But he took me on missions. He showed me how to make money. He showed me how to pull money out of dirt. And, you know, I think that was my first introduction into the street life. And, you know, I even prospected for the same gang that he ran. And,
is that the gang that you...
No, not ultimately became a part of, no. Okay. So with gang membership, there's always what's like a trial run. You know, every group segment, every individual group segment has their own name for it. Bikers call it prospecting. You know, it's just tryouts, though. I mean...
But extensive.
I mean, extensive. Yeah,
they're watching you hard.
Yeah, they want to know how much violence you're able to commit. They want to know if you can make money. They're feeling you out. They don't know if you're a torpedo. They don't know if you're a hustler. They don't know what you are. You know, for all they know, you're their next crash dummy. You're going to be the dude they send to take the hit. Like, and you don't know that. You're just trying out for the board. You're seeing what piece you make. And, you know,
I know that's language like the gangster disciples use. I mean, that's pretty common. Like, it's a whole like linguistic system. It's a whole hierarchy. The architecture is heavily developed.
Yeah, it's pretty sophisticated.
It is.
As far as like the actual chain of command. There's never any one person, one singular person in control. It's most group segments, there's usually about 2, 3, sometimes there's more, but it's normally a board of people that make decisions. But see, that is the manipulation in and of its own, because there's always one person that validates the entire crew.
Of course.
And so that person, even though you make everybody feel equal, he's king.
Yeah, he's still calling the shots at the end of the day. Yeah. And
so there's this like thing of equality, but at the same time, you know, it doesn't exist. And then the language of it being a board, it's, you know, everything is chess. Everything is chess. I mean, as far as the moves you make in your life, you know, if I decide that this person doesn't deserve to be in my neighborhood anymore because of what he's doing, and I want to remove him from the board, I got to look at who he has on his side of the board. Who does he have backing him up in this neighborhood? Who does he have in this city that could come after me? And am I willing to make this move and deal with the consequences? How do I set myself up for a counter move? How do I set myself up to be invulnerable? And, you know, so that's how a lot of us look at the streets, like, especially while we're in them. It's not a game. It's the game. It's life. It's chess. And you have to be very strategic.
it's an orienting system. Like it's like all, and everybody is a player in that game. Everybody is a pawn or a piece or an actor in that theater.
You you really decide what you are in that game too, though. Like, if you have a lot of self-worth, you step on the board feeling like a king. But if you ain't got pawns, if you ain't got rooks, you ain't got bishops, you ain't got no power structure, then how are you going to maintain yourself as a king? Now, you can label yourself a rook and have a king that's false. That way, now this dude runs the gang. I put him in a place of leadership. He's my second in command. And I'm over here doing nothing. And he's running this group segment, my second in command. I got another second in command running this group segment. I got another second in command running this group segment. And what it is, it's compartmentalizing it. It's making it so he fucks up. I got my fingers in other things anyways. Got my toes dipped in other things, like making money. But if he messes up and he gets indicted, who cares about him? They just took out a false king. I'm over here looking like a rook. It's everything is chess. How can you mislead? How can you create illusion? How can, it's like almost sleight of hand. You want to make magic happen, and it's pulling the wool over other people's eyes. And
putting yourself like a spider in the middle of that really intricate web that only you can see, and that way you can pull those strings when you need to.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the smartest chess players in the streets remove themselves from the boards completely. But that's how you have to think, and you have to be a quick learner. Like, these people who they are gang leaders, they are these people who are shot callers, I wouldn't even go as far as say gang leaders, because there's so many crews out there now. Like, these people have potential. These people are leaders. They're Ronald Reagans of our generation. They're just leading to the wrong thing. They're trying to figure it out on their own, what this meaning is, get this meaning out of life. And, maybe some of them will never change. They'll chase the dollar until they're gone.
Well, and maybe we could even almost do a whole nother episode on this, but just like leadership lessons. I mean, because extracting the stuff that you're describing, there are so many things that you're saying that are like just total parallels to the stuff that I teach. I have a doctorate in psychology, man. I teach leadership development. I build systems. And I do all of these same things. It's not violence and drugs and money that run through the systems that I develop, but they're chess-based, game-based systems.
Yeah.
And so everything you're saying is very sophisticated, just from a leadership development lens. And so what you're saying is also, especially, man, and I witnessed this firsthand, that you guys are all like little miniature psychologists, man. It's unbelievable. Because it's because of that you're constantly transplanted into new environments, and you have to watch like a hawk everything around you. So you become these just incredible learners, manipulators. You can read people faster than anybody else because you've had to. It's a survival state that you've had to exist in. And so I agree with this 100%, man, that all of those people we're describing out there, they're people of immense potential, which is, again, back to my original proposition that you were either going to do a incredible amount of destruction or you were going to help save us, man.
Yeah, it's amazing how psychological it really is. One of the things I used to personally do when I was incarcerated looking for new prospects is I would only go after people who were attracted to me. I would never put myself out. You would see what I had because I'm looking around. I'm finding the best shit in my environment. I'm wearing Prada glasses. I got a chain on. I got scrubs that fit. I had probably, depending on who was on the unit at the time, I probably literally had it stitched to fit my body because I could pay people to do that. And I could figure out who knows how to sew around. You just watch your environment. So people see you shining. It's called shine. It's called flash. They see you shining. And they want some of that too. So they're going to try to figure out how they can benefit off of you. Mm-hmm. And so they're going to come up, they're going to act like your friend, this, and the third. Like, they're going to try to become part of your group segment. And once I seen somebody had some potential, one of the first things I would like to do is hand him The Prince by Machiavelli and How to Win Friends and Influence People. Mm-hmm. Because there's lessons in those things. Mm-hmm. And as the person I am now, those lessons are, I mean, How to Win Friends and Influence People is you need to be a compassionate, good listener and have actual interest in what people have and going on in their lives to be like, you know, like influential and be a good friend. And like, you have to take interest. And that's not, as a normal person, that's what you learn from that book. Machiavelli, you learn about tyranny. You learn what that looks like. From a gang member's point of view, you know what you learn from those books? You learn that the only way to get what you want out of people is to really fuck with their heads. Mm. And the only way to control them is fear. Mm. But you have somebody read those books, you ask them what to get out of it, you find out what kind of soldier you got. Mm-hmm. You either got a thinker or you got a crash dummy. Mm-hmm. Sometimes you got somebody who's so dumb that you just throw them to the fish, throw them to the sharks, you know, like, it doesn't matter no more. But, you know, it is sophisticated. Once you put yourself around those people, these people build themselves to be predators. I mean, I built myself to be a predator. Violence was nothing. I do not even get adrenaline from it anymore. Like, I don't. I whoop somebody's ass, my hands aren't shaking. My heart's beating because, you know,
it's a physical effort to
It's a physical effort to do it. I'm swinging around for a couple minutes, but there was nothing. Like, I had just been desensitized. Mm-hmm. And I guarantee you I was not a unique person that way. You put yourself around sharks when you put yourself around predators. And if they can, they're going to take a bite.
Yeah.
So,
and you either become a predator or you're going to wind up prey.
Yeah.
In that game, you know.
Mm-hmm. Or, you know, like, there's different ways of being predators, too. There's physical predators that, you know, you're so physically dominating, you just get whatever you want. And then there's the psychological ones, and those are the dangerous ones. Those are the ones where, you know, you got to watch out for them because it's not them that's going to stab you in the back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no doubt, man. All right, so you got this intense psychoeducation from one of these anti-mentors while you were still in Wolf Point. And this would have been after I was there, but you came back to Youth Dynamics for a period of time, and then
28 days.
28 days, not a long period of time. Uh-huh. And then really, like, you wound up getting arrested for something that really you didn't do. Or, I mean, we can unpack that, but, like, they sent you, like, so you got picked up and incarcerated or you know, put into prison, and then they dropped the charges, is my understanding, but you just sort of stayed in prison because there wasn't anywhere else to go. Is that an accurate description of?
Yeah, that's pretty much what happened. Long story short, I ended up getting back to this group home. I go to jail for like, a couple months, something like that. And I think I'm going to go to Pine Hills. But Teresa seen my name. No, not Teresa. What's Teresa's daughter's name?
Oh, man, it's been a while. I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, she seen my name on the roster of kids that needed placements, and she clicked on my name and accepted me right away. Mm-hmm. She came down to the jail, picked me up. We went shopping, got some clothes, came back to the house. And the first thing I did, because I was in a criminal mentality. I was no longer the kid that you knew. Yeah.
You had been transformed.
Yeah, I was becoming a monster. Mm-hmm. And, man, I think the first thing I actually did in that room as soon as they left is I walked over to the window. I took the battery cover off the freaking alarm. I pulled it out of the window, and I closed it again. And I threw it in my pocket. And then the alarm starts going off. Like, you know, it's real loud. It's if you heard it in the house. It echoes. It hurts your ears and stuff. And so they come running into the rooms and everything, and they come into my room, and I'm sitting there. I opened the window a little bit, and I was like, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I forgot we had alarms. Oh man, like
Shoot.
yeah,
Yes.
shoot. Hey, and they're like, oh, it's okay. I'll just go turn the alarm off, and they disarmed my alarm. So for the next 28 days, I'm stuffing my bed, sneaking out whenever I want. And my roommate actually had parents that lived in Cherry Creek, which is right next to where the group home was. So we'd sneak out, and he'd go into his parents' house and get whatever we wanted. And as kids, that was weed and alcohol and whatever else. And I ended up starting to see a girl in the group home, which when you're underage is against the rules. And, I think her friend got jealous, ended up saying something. Everybody freaked out. I got kicked out of the group home. I violated my probation. They didn't have it anywhere in the state that would take me. Here I'm 16 years old. And I've just ran out of options. There just was nowhere that I hadn't been yet that could still take me except juvenile prison.
Man, is that reoccurring theme where the people around you just suddenly decide that you no longer can be in that place any longer, so they send you somewhere else. Like, this is a reiteration of that same theme, but this time there's just nowhere to send you to. There's no other home to transplant you to.
Yeah, exactly. It was, we're going to have to send you to juvenile prison. And what's so sad about that actually is, so I went to court and they're charging me with burglary or B&E. I don't remember which one. And because of allegedly going into this kid's parents' house and taking stuff every night and stuff. And, he's over there. I didn't say shit, but this kid's over there blaming it all on me. And in my head, I'm like, I'm not going to snitch on myself. I was like, not guilty. And they had no evidence except hearsay, so the charges got dropped. And so I still have to go to Pine Hills regardless. Go to Pine Hills. And, it was just, that place is nothing except a practice prison yard for kids. You don't learn anything there. You don't do anything there. You don't get rehabilitated. Nobody gives a shit about you. They're just guards in uniforms that if you act up, they're going to call level. If you keep acting up, they're going to beat you up in a cell. Like, I mean, it's called restraining, but throwing a pin shield on a kid and because there's no cameras and stuff, kneeing him, punching him, like, that's beating a kid up.
Yeah.
So here's this place that we find out that we're losers. There's no way for us to win. The guards got the chips stacked against us in a way that is insurmountable. We feel like losers because we're stuck in this freaking building. Our families don't want us, nothing. Like, I know my family doesn't want me too, because there I am sitting in court saying not guilty of these charges, and they're like, all right, well, we got to find a placement for you. And they're in the courtroom, and they're like, Ann and Dan Hutchinson, would you be willing to take them back into your house? And Ann stands up, shakes her head no. And he's all like, all right, well, because of lack of placement, we're going to have to whoop-de-whoop this and a third, court wording, put this kid in Pine Hills.
Which prior to that, man, this was because I was still attempting to keep track of you, but Teresa tipped me off that you were going inside. And so, I mean, I went over to the jail 3 different times, and they wouldn't let me see you. They wouldn't. I tried to get a message to you, nothing.
Yeah. Yeah, man, it was, how would I put it? Depressing. It was really depressing because I knew at that moment that I was alone. And I didn't know what to expect in this juvenile prison. I know Provocaine School for Boys was a very tough place. And here I am about to go to this place that they call prison. Man, I remember getting picked up. I'm sweating, man. I'm nervous as hell. I've been working out in my cell, getting seconds on every meal. I'm probably 200-pound kid, 180-pound maybe kid. And I'm just like, nothing's going to happen to me in here. Nothing is going to happen to me in here. And I get in, I check in with the the front office ladies, right when I get there, they start booking me in. They get my shoes written down. They give me my khakis. They give me my maroon polo shirt for the next 9 months. They give me some socks, some underwear, and then they ask me who's on my contact. They book me in. It's just like I'm going to jail, like, and you're a kid, so, like, they have to get information about you. Well, I get in there, and I walk in, and I look around, and I realize I know everybody.
Every one of those kids, really?
I knew everybody. It was like I just came home.
Yeah.
Man, I walk in there, my buddy Tremaine walks up. He's all like, Koa? I'm like, what's up, bro? He's all like, man, what are you doing here? I was like, man, I'm in here on felony charges right now. And he's all like, damn, bro, you're going to get 9 months. I was like, what, for real? He's like, yeah, I'm in here for 3 on misdemeanors. And I'm like, oh, okay. He's like, hey, you want me to show you around? I'm like, yeah. I don't have no guard checking in with me. Like, when I get there, nothing. There's they're standing behind the desk. They're like, all right, this is your room right down there. This is where you're going to do laundry. This is where you shower at. It's all in the same room. They're just pointing around. And I really get the real tour from my bro. And, I think that was how it was supposed to go down. But walking around, bullshitting with them, and I'm like looking around, there ain't shit to do except get in trouble. And shit, that was where I really started taking off. That was where I like...
You had like a testing ground, like you had learned you'd learned this trade. But you were a mentee, he was taking you around, letting you know that you were just an extension of his power. But now all of a sudden you're just in an arena where you can just test this stuff. Yeah,
the dude that schooled me up taught me so much evil. I've never met anybody else completely like him. I've met, real psychopaths in prison. I know a dude named Timmy that literally has murdered 8 people just since he's been incarcerated. And he was my neighbor. Like that's how messed up this dude had in my head. Like, this dude really was like, there are really monsters out there. There really are. And so I get in there and I got all this knowledge that I was testing out the group home. I mean, I convinced this kid to break into his own parents' house and stuff. I convinced him that this kid, when I met him, was the meekest, never smoked weed, didn't get into fights, thought he was gay, like really struggling with his self-image and stuff, really struggling with who he thought that he was. And I'm like, you're not that, you're not that, you're not that. Plant some seeds. This is who you are. Boom. And I've seen it change him to the point where he's literally breaking into houses. Like that. Change overnight. So now I know I have this influence over people. Like, and not only that, but, the dude taught me from watching him seduction. He taught me everything. I know I can get whatever I want now. I've learned it from somebody who could do it. So I'm in there kicking it with my bros, and I just see tools. I see that we have nothing. There is not shit going on in here. And the only way I'm going to make something happen is if I make it happen. And so that's exactly what I tried to do at first. But, it's a learning curve with all that stuff. At first, with my equals, I didn't know how to put myself in a way of being admired. And eventually I figured it out. I was over there getting people to handle my trouble for me, getting people to do missions for quote unquote respect. And I'm president of student body. Like, by the end of my 9 months, the only reason I got out, because I was supposed to stay there, I wasn't supposed to get out. I'm sitting there and they're like, yeah, we can't get anywhere to fucking take you, this and the third. Like, and so I'm sitting there. I think they're like, yeah, you need to learn how to sell yourself. And that's what one of the office ladies said. She said, because right now we can't get anybody to take you. And so I'm like, well, what about my parents? can I go back with them? And so they contact them. They're like, no, you can't come back. And so that's exactly what I did. I learned how to sell myself. I was like, well, there's titles in here and there's status in here, and I'm going to achieve those things, like, officially. And so, yeah, became president of student body. I ended up just being, like, I was never top of lodge, though. Like, that means, like, the best kid in the lodge. I've never had a top of lodge. So, in fact, they ended up moving me to the maximum. I was in the drug abuse unit at first, but they moved me to maximum security, like, shortly after. And but I was able to achieve that because I realized it was my only way out. Otherwise, I was going to be stuck there till I was 18. I left. I went to Hamilton. I was in this group home, and it was the only group home I could make in the entire state. Like, I told you, like, I had to sell myself. I had to sell myself to get this group home. I'm sitting there. I'm like, hey, listen, I'm this, I'm that, and I'm the third. And I got this going on for me. I got this going on for me. I got this going on for me. Like, you guys should really give me a chance, because look at what I've done in here. Mm-hmm. Like, I'm a leader, and there's like, really, I don't feel like I can be stopped. I just feel like this place is a glass ceiling from me, and I'm never gonna be who I want to be. Like, I'm not gonna get to learn a trade in here. I'm not gonna get to get a college education in here. I won't even get to complete my high school education in here. And, you know, this group home, I manipulated them good enough that they gave me a shot. And as soon as I got to that group home, I had my little brother sewing drugs into my clothes that they dropped off for me. Like, I got caught in the vehicle. I didn't get caught with the drugs. I got caught with my marijuana pipe. And so before I even get to this group home, you know, I'm masterminding some shit. Like, I really, like, so I'm sitting in the back of this car, and I get in with my PO, and next thing I know, I thought I could trust the person I was in transport with, which is because, you know, I could trust him while I was locked up. First thing he did when we got separated was snitch on me. He said I had an ounce of dope in my jacket. So I said, my PO came up to me, and he's all like, do you got an ounce of dope in your jacket? And I was like, no. He was all like, is that the jacket in my trunk? I was like, yeah. And he's all like, well, he says you have an ounce, and I won't say his name, but he says you had an ounce of dope in your jacket. And I'm like, I don't got nothing in my jacket. And he's like, well, I'm going to go search your jacket. And I'm like, fuck, man. Fuck, I'm going to go to juvenile federal prison next. And so I was like, listen, man, will you just let me go into my jacket and give you what I got then? And he was all like, yeah, absolutely. He was like, go ahead. So I go to my jacket, I rip open the sleeve, and I take out a marijuana pipe, and I give it to him. And he's all like, he said you had an ounce of dope. He didn't say you had a marijuana pipe. And I was like, well, that's what I got, man. And he didn't search my jacket any further. He didn't search any of my other clothes. He seen me rip it out of the sleeve and give it to him, and that was good enough for him. I get to this group home. I explain to him what happened, that I sewed it, and this, that, and the third, and that I just didn't even want it. I was going to throw it away when I got there and everything. Like, really trying to make it, I'm not getting kicked out today, you know, because he let me know that, like, he was going to piss test me and everything, and that if I came up dirty or if, you know, they found dope, that I was going to get locked back up that day. It was the first day I got out. And so, you know, I played it off as best as I could. They believed me. And I get to this group home, and it's, you know, everything that I told them I was doing, everything I told them I wanted on the surface, that's what they thought. But I dropped out of high school. I got a job. I was selling weed at my work. I was, you know, saying I was going to work and just wobbing around. I was dating older women, driving their cars around. And finally, this group home started to catch on. And so one day I was like, fuck this. I'm not doing this no more. I packed my shit up and I left. Well, some time goes by.
Are you 18 yet?
No, I'm like 17, 6 months to turn 18.
Okay.
And so I'm staying at my bro Jerry's house from work. And he was a group home kid too, except he's a lot older at this point. He's like 38, I think. And I just was like, I mean, I was a little weed plug at the time. And so, you know, he was always buying weed off me. And I was like, hey, listen, bro. I was like, I need a place to crash, bro. I was like, I ain't got nowhere to lay my head right now. And he's all like, why, what's up with the group home? I was like, man, I took off. And he's all like, oh, for real? And I'm like, yeah. He's like, yeah, don't worry, bro. You can come stay with me, you know? And so I go stay at his house. Eventually, the cops got tipped off that I was at his house and stuff. And so he called me and he said, my brother works for the sheriff's department. He said that they're on their way to my house. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about, man? Like, why are they on the way to your house? Like, what did you say? And he just said that his brother said that somebody had called me in for being in his house and that the cops were on their way to his house to pick me up. And so my bro just wanted to tip me off. And so I'm sitting there, I'm like, you know, I'm looking at all my weed and shit, and I have a bottle of Captain Morgan in front of me, got my gun on me, and I'm like, well, shit, man. I was like, I can either fight, I can run, or I can go hang out in Pine Hills for 6 months, kick it with my friends, get healthy, and when I turn 18, you know, I'll have the body and the mind I need to really take some shit over. And so that's what I did. I hid my stuff in his house. I let him know that I was going to turn myself in. And the cops came knocking on the door, and I wasn't about to go freaking open that door for him. Fuck them. I sat down on the couch. I took a couple shots out of a bottle. I took a couple hits off some weed. And they freaking start crawling in the windows to come get me. Man.
You gotta go down, man. You gotta go down hard, right?
Yeah, exactly.
You can't make it too easy.
Yeah, exactly. So they come in, they see me sitting on this couch, and they're just like, Killa Hutchinson? And I'm like, yeah. And they're like, yeah, exactly. They're like, put the bottle down. You're coming with us. And I'm like, all right. And I set it down, and they cuffed me up. They put me in the back of a car. They're like, do you got anything on you? And I was like, no. And they're all like, they start kind of looking around the house and stuff, but they're all like, we got what we came for. Let's leave. They throw me in the back of this car. Jerry shows up. He lets them know, I didn't know he was a runaway. I thought he was 18. I thought this, and you know, exactly what he's supposed to. That way he doesn't get in trouble. And so, you know, winks at me, says bye. I go to jail. I'm in Pine Hills for 6 months. But this time I knew I was going to 18 out. I didn't care. And so I went.
Go build an army.
Exactly. I ended up starting a crew there, and I pulled in just the worst of the worst. Like, I could tell by their intelligence that they had the capacity to do what I needed them to do. And so I pulled them in. I started my crew. Next thing you know, we got riots going on. I get charged with 2 counts of assault on a peace officer. My first day there. And, you know, Rory English, if he watches this or listens to this or anything, you know, I want him to know that he is definitely a friend to me. But my first day there, I knew that I needed to make a statement. And I didn't know who I was going to make that statement on. I didn't know who was a kid, you know, at that fucking facility anymore. Like, I'd been gone for a little bit. Mm-hmm. But I knew.
You wanted to go establish yourself.
Yeah, exactly. I knew I had to establish myself. So I get in there. And the first person that had a problem with me was a guard. All right, Mr. Hutchinson, come sit at our table. Why I'm sitting over here? Well, you need to come sit with us. And it's the guards talking to me. And I'm like, no, I don't have to sit at your guys' table. You guys can't actually single me out for any type of punishment, like state law. Like, you guys can't do that to juveniles. And he's all like, well, you can either sit at our table, or if you use a direct order, I'm going to call level and send everybody up. And so what that means is that if somebody is refusing to minimize the threat, they put everybody in their cells, they lock them in there, and then they bring the guards in. And if they can't, quote unquote, calm you down, which is really them just kind of walking around talking shit to you, like saying that you ain't about shit, you're a pussy, stuff like that. If they can't get you to go in your cell like that by punking you out, you know, they're going to slam you around with a pin shield, beat you up, cut your clothes off, throw you in a suicide cell. And I knew that was going to be what happened to me. And so I was like, you guys want me to go up then? You guys want me to go up? And he's all like, yeah, go ahead. I was like, all right, bet. Well, I know you're going to lock me down for the rest of the day, so I'm grabbing my tray. And he's all like, go ahead, grab your food. And so I grab my food, I start walking with it, and he goes to like take it out of my hand. And I'm like, what are you doing, man? I was like, this is my food, bro. I was like, don't touch my shit. And I'm a big kid at this point. I'm almost 200 pounds. Like, and this dude's 6'3", maybe 230, but he's soft. He doesn't do push-ups. He doesn't do burpees. He doesn't do nothing to build himself. And so he's thinking he's tough because I'm a kid. And he says to me, yeah, I heard you used to call shots last time you were here. That's not going to be happening on my watch. I'm big dog around here. And he's all like, now give me that tray. I was like, bro, you're not touching my food. He's like, all I'm going to do is put this on a styrofoam tray. That way you can take it in your house. I was like, that's all you're going to do? He's like, that's all I'm going to do. So I'm like, all right, cool. So I was handed off to him. He hands it to this other guard. They go put it on a styrofoam tray. They give it back to me. And I start walking toward my cell. And they grab my shoulder and they're like, you're going to the wrong cell. And I see him point at the suicide cell. Now I know that if I don't get in that suicide cell and strip my clothes off in front of them and hand them to me and fucking squat and cough and spread my butt cheeks and lift my fucking dick and ball sack. I mean, sorry.
No, like, man, you're good.
I
mean, that's what it is.
Yeah. If I don't do these things, dehumanize myself, I'm not sitting here talking about suicide. I'm not sitting here saying I want to do nothing, but this is what they're going to do to me. I know this. I've seen it. And he's pointing at the suicide cell. And I'm like, man, I'll go in there, but I'm not taking my clothes off. And he's like, you're going to do what I say. And but he says that as we're like stepping into the cell. And so he's like standing there, fists on his hips, and he says, get naked. And I was like, nah. And so he comes up to me and tries to grab me. And so I grab him by the shirt and I throw him out of that cell. I slam him against the wall so hard, he cracks the back of his head against the wall. I grab him, I slammed him on the floor. I twisted my legs around him, that way he couldn't move. I threw him in a chokehold and I choked him until he had a seizure. And the guards pulled me off. I got my shit fucked up, man. I ate so many fists to the face. They were all piled on top of me, knee in the back of my head. I had fingers getting shoved underneath my jaws, like, you know, the police pressure points they teach you in academies and stuff. I'm getting my fucking ribs freaking kneed in and shit. I'm underneath a pin shield. My cuffs are twisted so tight to this day, like right there. Mm-hmm. I don't know. I just got scars on my wrist from the cuffs being twisted up. But like, yeah, they twisted my cuffs up so tight on me. They're just cutting into my wrist. They grab scissors. They cut my clothes off. They don't cut my underwear off. They ripped my underwear off of me. Like I had, you know when you get like a rope burn? I had that all over my shit. And I actually got charged with it. I got 10 years for that. But that was my first day back. And the fact that I picked the biggest guard on the block, I made an example out of him. He had to get medical leave, and that everybody seen me put him in a seizure. I got out of my cell 3 days later, a legend. Mm-hmm. I walked out. I had my head high, not putting myself out there for nobody, sitting, doing my own thing, and everybody's coming up to me. Man, I ain't ever seen nothing like that. Man, you fucked him up. Man, that's a guard. Man, that's crazy. Man, what the hell? They're going to give you prison time. I don't give a fuck. And from there, I just built my crew for 6 months. I just caused hell in that facility. Like, and I mean it. Every kid that was a part of my crew is in prison right now. Or they have been to prison. Mm-hmm. I changed the trajectory of a lot of those kids' lives. But those facilities aren't to help you.
No, they're not.
They're to cage you.
Yeah.
And when you cage a man and treat him like an animal, what are you going to get?
You're going to get an animal, man. So you got out 6 months later then?
Yeah. I ended up getting out 6 months later. I got charged as an adult for the things that I did while I was in Pine Hills.
Oh. But they still let you out, though.
Only for like 60 days.
Okay.
I got arrested and I did a year and a half, had to do pre-release, got out, or had to do pre-release, got revocated, did 9 more months, did pre-release, got revocated, did all those years in prison, and then now I'm out. And that was all from the things I did while I was in juvenile prison. Like, for a majority of it. I mean, these last charges and stuff that sent me to prison this last time, that was, you know, a different case. But the years up to that was just things following me from before I was even 18.
Just kind of stacking up, just building.
Yeah.
All right, so because, you know, Brett came on the podcast and told the story of when you were arrested. Yeah. And so just to like kind of fit that into the chronology, so you get out of Pine Hills, you're 18, and then, you know, because I know you were like running things out here for quite some time. So walk me through that and then up till the arrest with Hilde. And I want to, because he told me the story from his vantage point, and I want to hear the story from, you know, what was going on behind the scenes.
All right. So, 19 years old, I finally get out. I get to go to Billings pre-release. And the first thing I did was I just touched base with all my homies. I start getting plugged in. I start selling a whole bunch of acid. I start selling mushrooms, Molly, ecstasy, the exclusive stuff. The stuff that the cops aren't necessarily looking for. You know, they're looking for the meth and the fentanyl. But when I have something exclusive, then it's the people with the money. It's the, like, actually what I would usually do is treat weed like a cup of coffee. That's how I thought about weed. Every drug addict smokes weed. I mean, almost every drug addict smokes weed. I mean, some tweakers are like, oh, I don't like weed, you know, like, but almost every drug addict smokes weed. So what I'd do is I'd be like, hey, you want to smoke some weed? Hell yeah, yeah, yeah. You like weed? What else do you like, man? Oh, you like that? Well, hell yeah.
Can I take you out for a cup of weed?
Yeah, exactly. And so I'd open it up with that. I figured out what they wanted. And then that's actually how I got into the exclusive stuff. I didn't have a desire to sell it. It was just that I'd found myself in a circle of like trippy hippies and like psychedelic people that really need connections. And so that's what I went into. That was what was going to create me with the most money. That's what I got my crew into. And I just ran with it. That wasn't my only hustle. I was selling counterfeit designer from China. I was selling counterfeit Rolexes that I was ordering from a dealer in Geneva, Switzerland, which is where Rolexes are made at, but he's selling fake ones. Yeah. Like selling these Rolexes. I'm working at this Cadillac dealership selling cars. And I'm just running with it for like 9 months, juggling it. I have no idea how I made it that long. There was one day I should have been federally indicted. I should have gone back to the pre-release and been federally indicted, waiting for the feds to pick me up the second they got done with their procedures on me. So that day I said I was going to work. When what I did was I went and picked up a car, picked up my girlfriend, grabbed my gun, went up to Hilltop shooting range. I emptied out a bunch of clips with my homie Devil because he was over here visiting from Yakima. And then we went, parked out at my buddy's house, smoked him up some weed. I ended up just kicking it sober the whole day. And finally, I dropped my girlfriend off. I dropped the car off. Devil has to give me a ride back to the pre-release because where I dropped my car off is actually like a 2-hour walk away from the pre-release. Most people park it like a few blocks away or like a family member's house, but I didn't have family members. And I thought that why the hell would I ever let anybody see me getting out of a car a few blocks away from the pre-release? Like if I lived there, why would I shit where I eat? And so I had Devil come pick me up. I get in his car. I throw my backpack in the back of the car. And I don't have anything illegal in that bag. I got, my fake work uniform for the day, whatever I was going to be wearing. My walking clothes on now, that way when I get back, they think that I actually did walk to come back. And we pulled up, we dab each other up, and I think we were at the Bourbon Street Hotel. We pulled up at the Bourbon Street Hotel and dab him up, tell him I love him, thank him for a good day, and then I mob out. And I grabbed a bag out of the back seat, and I check into the pre-release, And I won't say his name or nothing, but he ends up having to do a UA on me and a pat down check. I wasn't thinking anything. I was like, oh yeah, okay. And I just got done hanging my backpack up on this hook. And normally they search your bag and everything when they do a pat down. But it must have slipped his mind. I go do this pat down. I piss in this cup for him. And he's like, all right, you're clean. Go ahead. And so I start walking away and he goes, Koa, you forgot your backpack on the hook. And I look at it and it's not my backpack. And I was like, that's not my backpack, bro. And he's all like, you hung it up. And I was like looking at it and I remembered hanging it up. And I was like, oh shit. And like I was just in my head, I was like so surprised. But like on the outside, I was like, oh yeah. Okay, I'll grab that. And I grab it, I walk upstairs, and my bro Big Rob is literally sitting there right next to me. And he's walking with me. He's all like, not even saying shit, doesn't know shit's going on either. And I was like, hey, can we stop in your room real quick? And he's like, yeah. And I was like, we get into his room. I was like, bruh, I'm tripping. And he's like, why? And I was like, look at this. I unzip it and I pour it out, and there's 2 extra clips. There's a Taurus GX4. There's which is a 9mm 12-shot pistol that was probably stolen. And then the bag, the only reason I recognized that bag at all and I picked it up was because there was a little bit of a Ziploc baggie sticking out the top of it. And it was veggie capsule pills, veggie capsule Molly and ecstasy pills that I'd given Devil earlier that day to sell. And there's a bunch of ounces of dab in it. There's scales, there's baggies, there's I don't know what Schedule Molly is, but I'm feeling like I might get federally indicted. And like
it's one. It's
yeah.
one, yeah.
And so I pour that all out, and then Big Rob just looks and he's like, bruh, you're wildin'. I was like, bro, this isn't even my bag. And so I called Devil. I'm like, bro, I was like, you need to come back to the pre-release. And he thinks I robbed him. Because in the game, even your best friend could potentially be the one that stabs you in the back. It's the ones closest to you that can stab you in the back. And so he thinks I robbed him. I'm like, bro, I didn't fucking rob you. I was like, just pull up to the pre-release, come get your shit. So he pulls up, comes, gets his shit, and yeah, but that day I should have been fucking, I shouldn't be out right now, actually.
Yeah, that might have been enough to put you away for a very long time.
Distribution with a firearm enhancement, 15 years maybe.
Yeah, no doubt. So, yeah, dodge that bullet.
Yeah, and so like I said, like I have no...
And you were running your crew. I mean...
Yeah, I was doing all this from the pre-release. And what actually led to me getting arrested was people tipping... somebody tipped somebody off about firearms. And so the pre-release went through my phone, and I had actually talked to somebody, and he was all like, hey, I need to buy a gun. And I knew this kid, and I knew that he wasn't like that. And I was just like, in my head, I was like, well, if I sell him a gun, he's going to tell on me. And so I was like, hey, bro, I want to be real with you. I was like, I don't think you need a gun. And I was like, I think whatever it is, you should just handle it. And, you're my bro and everything, but I don't think you need a gun, bro. I was like, I understand why you want one because I keep one myself, but I don't think that this situation calls for it. Mm-hmm. Well, those text messages incriminated me to having a gun, but having a gun to their knowledge. And so they ended up, I actually ended up getting raided at that pre-release. They came in and they ripped the ceiling out. They went through all my shit. They were looking for ammunition. They were looking for guns, and they were looking for drugs. Mm-hmm. Like BPD was in there banging on my door. I got thrown in a sanction room. They didn't actually find anything on me, but I got kicked out of that pre-release for running a business, lying and manipulation, mismanagement of funds, being off agenda, possession of videos of me and my girlfriend, and all this stuff. They just racked it up on me. They kicked me out for like 7 things. And here I was thinking I was still smart. And I actually had the people that I was rapping for at the time write letters saying that all those pictures were props. I had all my friends and family write letters in that I could, get to do it. write letters in saying that I was a rapper, that none of this stuff is real, that it's all image, and that it's all just a persona, and that I'm trying to build my business and my image and for my content. And I thought I was this close.
Almost had it sold, huh?
Yeah, I thought I was this close, but that PO looked at me and he was like, they're saying you're the most honest person that you know in this letter, but everything that I'm reading is dishonesty, deception, and this, that, and the third. Like, I don't believe in this music. I think that this, that, and the third. Like, he's just telling me what he thinks, you know? And then he's like, I'm going to revocate you, and the next time you come in front of me, I'm going to send you to prison. And so I got revocated, and that's when my mom passed away while I was locked up. And then finally I get out, and I go to hell in a pre-release. And from there, you know, I know that I've been through the pre-release now once already. And so I know how to get away with everything. Like, not only that, but I ended up seeing a guard, or not a guard, but a lady there. And so because of that, I got rides to and from the pre-release. I was getting tipped off about UAs. I was getting tipped off about room searches. I knew who was under investigation in the pre-release. I knew who was snitching. I know who wasn't, because that's a mental health worker going through all their files. And so I infiltrated that system. And I got out of there in like 9 months, stacked my bread up, did whatever I wanted, sold drugs. And that was actually when me and you started getting, that was when I first started really pushing my music, when I first had belief in it. And I built that studio, and like
which is why you're connected to Cole. I mean, you're a very talented musician and a tattoo artist, which we'll talk about that also, man. But so this is about the time that you and I started to reconnect. This is about the time that me and you started to reconnect.
And I was reaching out because I realized that, I mean, me and you were always friends. And even though I didn't feel like I could let you into what was going on in my life, I still wanted to have contact with you.
Yeah, you wanted the connection.
Yeah.
Man.
I mean,
it mattered, right?
Yeah, it's just like my little brother. Like, my little brother never had really any idea what was going on in my life, but we were just always connected. And what it was just, I realized people couldn't handle what I had going on.
Yeah. And
because of that, I needed to compartmentalize everything in my life, because if anything ever got mixed up, it would destroy everything. And not only that, but plausible deniability is a real thing. I didn't want anybody I loved going down.
Yeah. And I've seen that. I mean, I know that you've protected me throughout this process, you know, but anytime you have to compartmentalize that many things, like you're living in it's just like a network of lies, man. Like one thing comes down and it's going to pull everything else down.
Yeah.
So you have to be so hyper vigilant, man. You got to be so cold. You got to be, you know, you just have to be so calculated all the time.
There's no room for feelings, because feelings will get you hurt. One of my big homies when I was a kid told me that love is the first thing that will get you killed. And I really genuinely, I mean, I still think that's true. Like, if you're in the streets and you think that you got room to love your homies, you got room to love this chick, like, first of all, you're not even good for yourself. You're not good for them. You're not in a good situation. I was like, these are, like, in my head, these are broken people. And to love is to trust. And to trust the wrong person is to die in the game. And so, you know, it was really lonely. There was no room for...
I mean, it's so interesting, right? Because people are actually complex. Like, you can know all these things rationally. You can know that, you know, that there's a cost to sentimentality, man. But, like, you still, part of you was reaching for it, man. Part of you still just wanted a dad, wanted a mom, wanted a family. And even, like, I mean, I think that you were becoming a monster in some respects. But there was still part of you that was... that wanted something better than that. And, you know, it's like you're kind of torn. And you're almost like, man, I mean, because I went through a lot of this stuff when I was a kid too, where it's like you're trying to kill off that part of you that once loved. Like, you're actively trying to do it, but it's really hard to do. To fully become a monster is actually a very, very difficult thing to do.
I think to fully become a monster, there has to be some kind of genetic predisposition. Because otherwise... I don't think that people are absolutely capable of it. We don't have sharp teeth. We don't have claws.
Tell you what, man,
we weren't designed to be predators.
I got pretty close, and I know that you did as well.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, it's interesting too, because, you know, I can reflect back on, you know, the moment in time that you reached, because I didn't have any illusions about who you were. I mean, the wool was not pulled over my eyes. I was fairly aware. But well, two things. One is that I also, man, chose love, and just, I mean, you were always just, you really mattered to me, and so, you know, reached back. And I would also say that you were at a minimum able to keep me in a compartment, but also, like, you never used me as a tool, because I think that was your MO, right? Like, that's how you developed this system. Mm-hmm. That's how you played this game, is a person is a tool, a person is a pawn, a person is a bishop, and you deploy these people in this, you know, objectifying, sort of dehumanizing, like, kind of a way, but you did not, you know, even when you were still inside that mindset, did not do that to me. And
that's because you stood for something good, bro. I mean, every time I talked to you, you would inspire me with your mission. I remember the first time that we started talking, when I got the Helena pre-release, you asked me to make a song about hope and what it means to me. And I sat there and I couldn't figure it out, man. I was sitting there and I was like, how do I do this for him? And I wanted to, because I knew it was going to go towards something good. And despite how bad somebody is, everybody wants to do something good.
Yeah, man. It's still in you.
Mm-hmm. In prison, it's a shot of coffee. Hey, man, you got a shot of coffee? Hey, don't worry, brother. I got you. You know, everybody's trying. It still wants to be good. And, you know, you gave me these opportunities to be good and to use my talent for good. And so I was hungry for that, man. It was like something inside of me was stirred by it. And, you know, I just never seen it as like, I seen what you were doing for these kids and I respected it. I didn't want to fuck it up.
Appreciate that, man. It meant a lot to me.
Yeah. But yeah, so there we are talking in Helena pre-release and finally reconnecting, and I'm doing my studio, and man, it got lonely, man, because at this point in time, like, there was nobody in my life that got to experience a genuine me, not even myself. It was every moment I was what I needed to be. Like, it was one moment I was the nicest guy giving you the shirt off my back, and the next moment I heard you whisper something under your breath, so I'm walking in your room, and I'm asking you if I need to fucking beat your ass. And, like, the grown-ass men in there that are like, oh, this 20-year-old on steroids is freaking staring me down. Like, they'd seen me roid rage in there, so nobody was, like, trying to have any problems, but, like, that was who I was. I was a domineering figure in my life, I felt so lost because of all the things I was navigating, and I just didn't really know who I was anymore. I didn't know if I was a guy who would give you the shirt off my back, or the guy that was that really terrible person.
Yeah, it's something like, and I think, like, you guys learned that really early, because you have to adopt so many different personalities, because this group home needs one personality, and this group home needs one personality. And meanwhile, you're cultivating this, you know, you're just a gangster, man. Like, you like, quite legitimately were. Like, we're not talking about a wannabe gangster. We're not talking about somebody who watched Scarface. Like, we're just actually talking about, like...
Yeah, and so my actions were designed to dominate the environment around me for myself.
Meanwhile, you're losing more and more of, you know...
Who I was.
Who you are, man, which is a creature born in God's image, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
That is designed for love and hope and meaning. And that was pretty covered up at this point in time. And so, so Helena, you had the studio, which I think you were pretty effective at managing a studio and producing music. And you, this whole time, we're also accumulating all of these skill sets, because you're also one of the most talented people I know. And I'm looking at you right now, and you're covered from head to toe in tattoos. I think you've done some of them.
Yeah.
but you like this was also one of the things that enabled you to survive. And there's some really cool stories I think too about like how you tattooed people to and that's how you were making money in prison, and then even when you got out. That stuff's all just super cool in and of itself. But you were accumulating skills, which is music, technological skills like recording skills, tattooing skills, and as well as drug dealing skills. Yeah, which translate to other things, man. Like it's an industry, right? Yeah. It's a market and an industry, and it's
sales. It's sales. I think that drug dealers could probably be some of the most talented used car salesmen in the world. I really do believe that. In fact, most of the talented used car salesmen I know used to be drug dealers.
Yeah. So what got you back to Billings then?
Honestly, I got out of that pre-release in Helena, and I'd let the lady know that I was like hanging out with, know that I wasn't interested in pursuing anything, and she was moving on, so she actually just gave me a ride to Billings and dropped me off at this trailer, and she stayed the night and left the next day. But shit, I didn't really have any plans when I got here. I just knew I was going to take over. I just knew that we needed to sell drugs, we needed to make money, and we needed to be scary enough that nobody tried to take it. And man, that's what I did. I just started meeting everybody in the community. Everybody that my friends were already friends with, all these youth around here, everybody, I was meeting them. I'd smile at them. I'd learn about them. I'd take time to find out what was funny to them, what was important to them, what their family life was like, if they had finances. Like, I would learn everything about these kids. And each one of them I treated like an individual profile. It was an individual. They are individual people. They have their individual needs. They have their individual wants. And if you move the cheese, you move the mouse. So that's exactly what I was doing. I was figuring out what was their cheese. Some of them it was they had 6 siblings at home that all slept in the living room with them. Some of them it was they were kicked out of their house because their house has been shot up 3 times this year. Some of them, it was they had a great situation at home. They were rebellious, and, how can I use that? You're rebelling against your parents? All right, cool, go steal guns from me. Go steal ammo from me. Go get money.
Is one of the primary ways that you do that by car hopping? Is that accurate?
No, not really.
Firearms? No?
That's for kids. Okay. Yeah, that's how the kids around here get their firearms for sure. If you have firearms in your vehicle, please take them inside. Please lock them up. That is hands down how most people get their firearms around here. Yep. Me personally, do you know what private gun sales are in Montana?
I mean, a little bit.
Yeah, I exploited that through different means.
Yeah, that's important. Tell me about that.
So Montana has what's called private gun sales, which means that you don't actually have to document that you're selling anything to anybody. You can just show up and buy a gun from somebody. Well, if they don't have any knowledge that you're a felon, or if, you're not the one going to get the gun, then it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
And at the time, I'd actually been introduced to cartel, and they needed a lot of firearms. I mean, my first order from them was 40 guns, and it was 44s, 45s, and 22s, but they had to be pistols, and the dirtier the better. So that's 40 firearms that left.
Which is this crazy political thing, and we're not here to talk about politics, but the cartel ships us our drugs, and we've got these crazy immigration policies right now. We've got ICE cracking down on knocking down people's doors, but it's like 80 to 90% of the guns the cartel uses, they're from us.
Yeah,
like we're arming the people that we're supposed to be fighting against, and it's just madness, man.
Yeah, it is madness.
Yeah, like we're so mad that they're sending us fentanyl. Well, I mean, and they're mad about that too. They're mad that, like, and I'm talking about the people who don't want the cartels down there. They're mad that we're sending like state of the art military weapons down there so that they can continue to terrorize their communities. So we're financing them and arming them. Well, this is our fucking fault, man. Like, come on, But yeah, continue.
To just get on that a little bit more. That's why it's so important to lock your guns up around here, man. I had personally bought a .22 tray field and a 45 FN off of a 13-year-old boy. I mean, those are both. I mean, the Trey Field, that's a 22 AR style rifle with it had an extended clip on it and everything. And then the FN, that's a 45. That's a pistol, and it had an extended clip with a holographic beam and a green dot on it. Like, and this is a 13-year-old boy that had that. Like, that is scary. And those aren't the only guns he had. Those are just the guns he was willing to sell me. Yeah, it is crazy, like I mean, the people who want the guns, they got guns. They're going to continue to get them. I mean, it's just, are you going to add to the problem, or are you going to just take the time to hide it under your bed, or freaking put it in your closet, or...
Well, and my whole why, man, when I initiated Payload Forward and all this stuff, it's just because a little girl named Olivia shot herself with a gun she never should have had access to, man. And she had all the markers of mental health disorders. Her parents were warned about it, and I mean, those people should be in jail as far as I'm concerned. But left the gun safe open one day, and then she made a permanent
decision.
Yeah, to a temporary problem, and that right when my daughter was born, I was like, man, I gotta do something about this.
Do something.
And so ever since then, man, it's been a kind of one way journey to try and figure out how to heal, how to bring healing and compassion and the things that maybe can redeem us. And that's what I've been working on, and I know you too, man. But all right, so you're now in Billings, and now you're finally out of the system and allowed to just
run wild.
Yeah.
I can do whatever.
With all of the skills that you've accumulated, the pain and the anger and the abandonment, and you're just here in our city now, and you're heavily connected. I mean, you've got all these kids from Pine Hills. You've got your network, and
I mean, the state built my network for me. They paid for me to build my network. They paid my hotel cost. They paid my food. They paid my phone bill.
It was like an education, right? It's like we sent you to college to learn how to be a really effective criminal, man.
Yeah. And the thing is, too, is like this, it is being a criminal is a job. There are rules and regulations, and
you guys are hard workers too, man.
There's formats to every crime, and you learn those when you get locked up. Like how to keep GSR off of you, how to keep your fingerprints off of everything, how to commit credit card fraud, like, and not get in trouble for it. Like there's all formats for it all. Like people know how to do this stuff. They'll get away with it, and they'll teach the people that they run into that want to learn. So yeah, they paid for me to have a college education in criminology 101, how to get it done. And after how do I say, like,
in between this moment in time and when Officer Hilde arrested you, how long of a span of time is that?
Only about 5 months, actually. Yeah. I ended up coming back to Billings, and then I was only here for like 3 months, I think. But like when I realized I was going to get out of pre-release, I really started pushing my homies to start making money here. And I just wanted that hunger in them by the time I got here. I wanted them to spin their wheels enough without me and get frustrated enough without me that when I came in with the plugs and I gave them that opportunity, it was like overnight. We knew about everything. We knew about Telegram, Signal, freaking all of it. Those are encrypted messaging platforms. You know what they are, yeah. Of course. Like we were on the dot. I knew the day that WhatsApp got indicted because I switched to Signal. Like my cartel connect told me, don't use WhatsApp. It's indicted. Like, don't use Telegram. It got indicted. Like we were very on the ball. We were very up to date on current events. Like everything that was going on, we realized it affected our game. And I only had three friends that, like, if it came down to it, like gang or no gang, I would have their backs. Like and those are my three most solid soldiers, and unfortunately, only one of them's still alive today. But during that time, all of us really pushed, and I don't know, we made cash fast, man. It was like using those resources and stuff, you know, you can reach thousands of people if you build correctly. So let me tell you something. There's algorithms on Facebook and Snapchat, right? So if you connect to like a local Wi-Fi or like something, or you're bouncing, your signal's coming from a certain cell tower, or you got your data trackers tracking you using different pings that other people are using, it will use the algorithm in Facebook and Snapchat to link you to people that you most likely know. And again, it's really effective, actually. Like that
are connected to that specific cell
tower or that Wi-Fi, or they got the same friends as you, or they live in the same area if your location's on. Like, it'll go out of its way to try to place you with people locally, because that's how people get addicted. You know, that's why people like social media. You got access to the people around you instantly, and people not so around you instantly. But so what we would do is we go to these colleges and the college around here, and go to these other places where, you know, there's Wi-Fi and stuff. We create fake Snapchats with plug names like Big Jimmy or Talizan or whatever you want to fucking just bullshit names, like even the plug, you know, like, and we add people. You get 100 quick ads every day. You add people, boom, 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 boom. And you'd be posting your Telegram on your story. No pictures of drugs, just pictures of your Telegram. And it says menu. And, you know, they see that, they click on it, they subscribe. And what used to happen is that Snapchat tried to get rid of their drug dealers. Like, they really did try to get rid of them. They had a really good plan too. But unfortunately, if you let me post an encrypted messaging platform and I'm a drug dealer, and you shut off my account, right? You find out I'm a drug dealer, somebody reports me. Now any account that I access from that phone and that IP address is going to get banned, right? Who cares? I have them all on Telegram now. I have them all on Signal now. I have them all on WhatsApp now. Thousands of people, because you gave me access to hundreds of people a day. And, you know, we're not buying one cell phone. We're going and buying 6. Like, you know, there was a lot of money to be made. It was, I could only have the cell phone for a day, maybe 2, before I had already made all the money I could possibly make, and I had to give it to the next one. And how we were doing it is passing that cell phone off, you know, and now I might be under investigation for those 2 days, but now somebody else is running the menu. Now somebody else is running the menu. Now somebody else is running the menu, and now it comes back to me.
That's so fucking smart.
Yeah, we did not intend to get caught. That was, our plan was to make enough money, and I won't say the dollar amount or nothing, but we're going to make so much money that we're going to go relocate to a different city and take it over. We are actually planning on going to Oregon next. Because with drugs being decriminalized, it would have gave us a foothold to, you know, get caught with a little bit and not get incarcerated. Be able to.
You got more runway.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? Yeah, I mean, you're going to do it anyway, no matter what. So why not go to a place where you can, you know,
do it.
You can make a couple mistakes and stay in the game, right? Yeah.
And so that's what we were doing. And on top of it, you know, I'm robbing people, and I'm violent, and, you know, not everybody who was part of my group segment agreed that I should be in charge. Because I was young, man. Like, I think I was 20 at this time. And I just got out. And these dudes have been doing this stuff for 20 years, you know? But it's like, why would I take orders from a tweaker? Why would I take orders from a heroin addict? Why would I take orders from a fentanyl addict? And these kids seen that shit too. Why would I get used as a crash dummy for a fentanyl addict? And this is what this 13-year-old's thinking. This is what this 16-year-old's thinking. And here I was, young, ambitious, and I could make them money. And so they were attracted to me. And so because of that, there was a lot of turmoil between me and my group segment. Like everything that I was building was almost independent of what was created before me. Like I just started carving out a place for myself. And a lot of people here in town didn't like it. Like I was running into violence all the time, and I didn't care. It was whatever. I just knew I had to be more violent.
Yeah, you learn to live and breathe violence. It's
just
part of the trade, man. It's just a day job, right?
I remember when my buddy got shot in front of me, and I'm looking at everybody go into shock. Like I'm literally see it. Like the whole, everybody, hundreds of people at the same time, quiet. I see everybody go into shock and then start running and abandon this kid that's shot and bleeding out on the ground. And I didn't feel none of it.
Is that fair?
Yeah. I didn't feel none of it. I walked up to that kid, I picked him up, and if you talk to him to this day, he'll tell you exactly what I said. I said I could take you to my house, and I could take this boy out of you, and I'll sew you up with dental floss. Or you can give me your gun, and I'll take you to the paramedics. And he went to the paramedics, and they saved his life. That bullet went straight through him. Like, but I didn't feel nothing, bro.
Just, yeah.
Like, I got beat up and arrested because they thought that I was the shooter, which good work on the police's part. They did really try their best to control that situation and everything. Unfortunately, you know, I won't say ever who it is, but unfortunately, you know, they caught me, the wrong guy and stuff. But, you know, he's, that kid's alive because of it. You know what I mean? Like, too, their police work and that stuff. And I'm grateful for that too. I hope that one day he changes his life.
Yeah. So Koa, man, and all of this stuff is incredibly interconnected. So there was a span of time, and I think it happened right when I first got sent to Colorado with my son. You know, that's when he first got diagnosed with leukemia.
Yeah.
But it was like a couple-week period where there was 5 or 6 murders that took place, and this is the same time frame that we're talking about. There's a kid named Chandler Stallcup who, I mean, he got shot on my front porch, and he was a rocky kid. You know, the gang violence spilled out and took him out. And, you know, Bob Wilmoth, the president, he's been on this podcast. And that, you know, that had a profound impact on both him and myself. You know, there was the fair shootings, and you're not the only kid, man. Like, I mean, it's interesting, man, because I think I've invested in a lot of young men. And there's a number of others that chose the path that you chose. And that wasn't one of those shootings where I didn't know somebody who was connected to what was happening. But that was a scary period of time for our community. And I know that you were involved in a lot of those things. I knew a fair number of other people who were as well. But, you know, there's maybe two fair shootings. There was a father who got shot and landed on his kid.
Yeah. And that was really tragic. I actually met the kids that were involved in that. And, yeah, that was tragic. I think that everybody's from that event alone, that I think that was the carnival that's kind of by Cherries and Berries. Yeah, I think that event alone is going to affect a lot of people for a long time.
That one rocked.
Yeah.
Man, one of the kids I talked to, and this is one of my kids, man, he was in my counseling office when he was like 8, 9 years old. And, you know, I talked to him about it, and he's like, yeah, that homie shouldn't have been talking shit. Yeah, I mean, he was just cold about it. Like, he didn't care.
Yeah.
And, you know, because you embrace that level of violence, man, and you turn circuitry off. And you know that kid, man, I still talk to that kid too, man. Like, and I got high hopes for that young man. You know, last time I talked to him, it's not Pine Hills, but he's in some spot right now. But he'll come back to Billings. But you know, I actually told him your story, and you know, he was at this place where he wants something better, but he's like, yeah, but I'm not going to give up my little homies, you know, because it's family to him, and you know, but also, man, that means he's still gonna play by those rules and run in that gang. Like, that's what that means, because you have to get out. Like, if you don't get out, if you don't cut ties with that, like keeping yourself linked into that system, you know, it's like you can't serve two masters.
Yeah,
right.
Absolutely.
That's you know,
a Sitting Bull quote. He says everybody has two wolves in them.
Yeah, man.
And, you know, then somebody asked him, no, there's a good wolf and a bad wolf, you know? And then somebody asked him, they were like, well, what wolf wins? And he said, it's the one that you feed.
Man.
Like, I think that sums it up completely. You can't walk with your feet on both sides of the line because you'll split yourself in half.
Yeah.
Like, you're either in or you're out. Like, and that's 100%. If your heart isn't in it, you're not in it. Because if you don't believe you're going to be 100% successful, believe you're going to fail. And I just, for anybody who is still in that, you know, no judgment. I understand. And I hope that one day you heal.
Yeah, man. And man, me and Cole will be praying for you, man, and we'll be waiting on the other side when you do.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, if I could give advice to any kid, it's just you're not defined by anything in your life. You're defined exactly by who you think you are when you look in the mirror. Mm-hmm. If you look in the mirror and you say that you're a bad man, you're going to be a bad man. You look in the mirror and you say you're a loser, you're going to be a loser. But you look in the mirror and you say you're a winner and you're willing to work hard for the things that you're going to win for, then that's exactly what you're going to do. Mm-hmm. And let me tell you something is like, my faith is big in my life. God is active in my life. There are so many things that I am so thankful to the Lord for. And, you know, I know not everybody is religious, and that's okay. This is just where I found my solace, my healing, and where I feel embraced. And I believe, you know, I was put here to work. God cursed the man to work. And if I'm not working, I'm depressed. And if I'm not working, that means I'm not working towards my goals. And if I'm not working towards my goals, I'm not getting that fulfillment as a man. That curse is our blessing too. Mm. We are allowed to work to our goals. We are allowed to strive. We are allowed to struggle. That is beautiful. We were put here to work. And as men, as people, the minute we stop working towards what makes us important, we stop being important. Mm-hmm. You know, and I'm not willing to ever give that up again.
No, man. And yeah, I mean, I told you this. I've told other young men I've worked with, man. Like, you know, you're a leader, right? You're a worker, and you're going to be working on something, and you're going to be leading somewhere. Mm-hmm. And ultimately, the choice is that, you know, that Sitting Bull quote. You know, which one are you feeding, right? Mm-hmm. So you're pretty busy just tearing up the streets at this point in time. Yeah. And then maybe take a bathroom break here in a second, but we're going to keep going, man. Like, there's a lot more story left to tell here. But I want to hear your side of Hilde's side. And I'll just describe kind of, and man, I love Brett Hilde. Like, that dude's such a badass.
Yeah, he's cool.
But he was pretty young in his police career when this took place, but he was sent to camp out at a gas station that had been getting robbed. This has nothing to do with you. Yeah. They were just investigating this gas station, so he was doing a stakeout in case he got robbed that night. Mm-hmm. And so he was planted there, which means he wasn't responding to calls unless the call was severe enough. And so it first comes over the radio that there's been some kind of an armed robbery at a house. Yeah. And he ignores that. But then he's sitting there and he describes a white Cadillac that goes driving by that looks really suspicious. And he just clocks it, man, because he clocks everything because he's a fucking machine. Yeah. And, you know, he stays put. And then maybe another call comes back in that maybe there's something's about to, I can't remember exactly what he described, but that maybe this white Cadillac was going somewhere else to commit a secondary robbery or something like that. And at this point, it triggered him, like he had to respond. Yeah, they
believed, I think that we were going back to the house to finish the job.
Yep. I think that's really consistent with what he described. And then I think he started tailing the car, didn't pull you guys over because he wanted, you know, they always, you know, come in teams, so he was waiting for reinforcement, and then eventually did. And then the driver, and he describes that sequence of events, man, and it's like fucking bone chilling, man. Like, that kid got out with a gun. He pursued that kid, chased him for a mile or two. Kid throws the gun over the fence. you know, and that was a 17-year-old Native kid right in the middle of Black Lives Matters. Like, it just wouldn't have gone well.
If that kid would have passed away, it would have affected Brett Hilde's career.
Yeah, for sure, man.
I mean, you know, like in a very negative. Yeah, right? Absolutely. Like, I can't imagine these police out here who have had to do that. I can't imagine what it's like. Like, having to, like, you know that you had to do it. You know that maybe there wasn't another option, but I like, in my head, for my own things that I've done in my life, I know there was other options. And so I always wonder, like, what is that like on the other side of the law for them? That I've always, since I've been changing myself and everything, like, that's been something. I've never thought about the other side of the line before.
Which is, I mean, it's so interesting because I've just observed this, especially, like, Billings isn't that big, but man, we're just these pinballs, right? And we're careening around and smashing into each other and impacting each other in these ways that so often we're not even aware of. And there's these incidents, these instances in time that are taking place that just change our trajectory, and we didn't sign up for it. We didn't have any control over it. And so you, me, and Brett, and Cole, like, we're pinballs that have smashed into each other for one reason or another, but, like, over and over and over again, and we're changing each other's trajectory, whether we wanted that to be the outcome or not. And I think at this point now we're all like, okay, man, maybe we're on the same team. But in this, so maybe you just, because
go through the story real quick.
Yeah, let's do that story. Yeah.
So I don't want to get into too much of it.
But I think it was pretty clear from his perspective that you were sort of called in to clean up a mess. Yeah. Like maybe some of your little homies, they got themselves in over their head. And at this point in time, you're like, well, all right, I got to go get myself involved.
I got to teach them. And it was going to be I just had to teach them. And so we're in the car. We're driving down the roadway. We got all this shit going on. I think I might be drunk in the back seat. I don't remember. But I do remember I'm sitting there and I see Brett Hilde pull up behind us. And it wasn't until we pulled up, I think, on Avenue C that I really, I was like, oh shit, that's a gold Ford Focus. I already heard about that car before. And I looked up at the front, I said, stash everything, we're getting pulled over. And my bro's all like, what? And I was like, we're getting pulled over. And he's all like, what? And I'm like, that car behind us is following like 3 car lengths back, bro. I was like, we're getting pulled over. It's the middle of the fucking night. Nobody's following us right now. And he's all like, shit, man. So he starts freaking out. And his girlfriend's in the back seat. And my little cousin, Thane, is actually in the passenger side. And he just got out of Pine Hills. My plan was to get him making money and keep him out of trouble and see him thrive with me. Instead, Brett's lights go on. And, you know, stuff is still getting hidden. And finally, Dre pulls over at the end of the block. And he's freaking out. Thane's freaking out. I'm freaking out. Kinda. And Thane pulls his gun out. And he looks at me. He says, big homie, do I got the green light? I see Brett standing right there. And I'm looking at my cousin. And I'm looking at Brett. And in an instant, like, you know, you're programmed to make those kind of decisions in an instant. I knew that my cousin was not in a good mindset because of substances. And I didn't want to see him die because he was shooting at somebody. And I didn't want to see Brett have to kill my cousin, even though I had no idea who he was. I didn't want to see my cousin die. And the last thing I wanted, if he was sober enough to make this shot, I didn't want to see him kill this man. This wasn't who my cousin was. And not only that, but, brother, those are people too. You don't go out of your way to disrespect police when you're a gangster. That's crash dummy shit. You're respectful. You fucking keep your distance. You just don't involve yourself. But he says, big homie, do I got the green light? And I look at him. I said, no. And he was like, what? What should I do? And I look at Brett, and I see, he's ready. There is no bitch in this man. There is no hesitation in this man. And I looked at my cousin. I said, run. And he threw the door open. He ran like his fucking life depended on it. And just, he got rid of that gun. Thankfully, he didn't fire any shots. Thankfully, Brett didn't have to do anything either. And, in that moment, it was just real intense. It felt like it lasted 10 seconds, but it probably lasted half a second. And, I seen my cousin run. I seen all these cops surround me. I knew the game was over. Checkmate.
Brett described what happened next, which he, sort of had some, it was interesting, man. He was very respectful in his description of the story, but he described you as getting loud.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
You were doing all the, my dad's like the chief of this.
And yeah, I call them Jedi mind tricks.
Yeah.
And it's where they have no idea who you are. Nobody has any idea who you are when they first meet you. Mm-hmm. They have no idea. You are a brand new, clean slate. Your first impression determines the momentum of that moment. Mm-hmm. So, I got a paid attorney. My dad's the chief of the fucking whoop-de-whoop. I know that my dad knows the fucking senator. Call my fucking attorney right fucking now. I'll get my fucking dad on the line. I wanted them to believe that they were messing with somebody who it was going to be like, oh, shit. And they had no evidence for anything.
Brett described when he got back like you had fully deployed your Jedi mind tricks and probably were actively in some people's heads. Yeah. And then he just, he just put you in the back of the car. He's like, I'm shutting this kid the fuck up. Like, this is, nobody's listening to this any longer. And all right, so 2 questions, man. And then there's a lot more we got to talk about, man. But so what was the original armed robbery? And then what was it that you guys were going to go do?
The original armed robbery was me going to get my stuff back. And the second was I was aware that somebody had called the police. Mm-hmm. So I had to let people know they couldn't call the police. Mm-hmm. And thankfully, Brett got me before anything. Because I'll tell you that I regretted that night for 4 years. Mm-hmm. I would be regretting that night for the next 80, being buried in a penitentiary, if I wouldn't have been intercepted on my way to do something just terrible.
Yeah. It's so interesting, man, because in some ways, because you just could have answered that question, you big homie, do I have the green light? You could have just answered that differently, man.
I could have said, shoot.
It would have changed the trajectory of their lives, man. But also on the other end of that, had it not been for Brett interceding, your life outcome probably would be very, very different as well,
I wouldn't be here sitting in front of you.
Yeah.
Me and you, I think that if I would have gone to prison on a long-term sentence this time, like a life sentence, I would never have chosen to change. I don't know if I would have had the hope.
Yeah.
80 years in a box.
Yeah.
That would have been insane for me to look at. Insurmountable. And then the places that I was getting myself put while I was in there, ADSEG and maximum security, that would have been my existence. Mm-hmm. And I just got a taste of that this time. I just got a taste.
It's pretty good taste. We're going to tell that story in just a second. So there was one other moment in time, man, where you had reached out to me because I think still, man, there's that longing, right? Mm-hmm. And we were talking a little bit, and it was like we were going to go climbing together. And I didn't have much of a window of time. And but man, I missed you, like, and I wanted you, I kind of knew all this stuff, but like wanted you, just cared about you, man. And it's going to take you climbing. And then
this is while I was out this time.
Yeah.
I remember this.
This would have been in the middle of this. And, like, now, maybe it's for the best, maybe it's not. I don't know if it would have changed much of anything, but, I didn't have enough time to come get you. And so we just rescheduled,
Yeah.
And then, then all of the rest of that stuff happened. So it was one more of those, like, when I went to the jailhouse and tried to see you, and because I was really I really wanted to reconnect. And then the next time we talked would have been, when you were incarcerated, man. And so, I mean, to me, that is actually the most important part of this story, but I got to pee pretty bad. So
all right, cool.
We're going to hit pause for 2 seconds, man, and come back.
All right, bet.
All right, so up till this point, we've kind of described the road to hell, right? Like, this is, your life is leading in this direction, and now, you're incarcerated, looking at a pretty long sentence, and we'll talk about that in a minute, but we just took a little break, and you came back in, and you were talking about just kind of your mental health, and so, like, talk about that, man, like the two voices and the paranoia, and
like, getting out of the lifestyle that I was in, it's not easy. There's a lot of people who, they never want to see you leave. And the fact that, I kept my shoulders up and my chin up and I walked away, it was, you can't do that. You're not allowed to do this. You can't do this. Well, I've never been personally the person who respects a wall. He taught me how to climb.
Hell yeah, man.
And, that's what I did. I would maneuver past these obstacles. I didn't let people's words stop me. I didn't care about status or your network or nothing, because I figured whatever you got on the board, I could outmaneuver it. But getting out of that lifestyle and, the seclusion that I went through while I was locked up, like the isolation, almost 2 years of isolation. And, man, getting out is a big change for people. And, I think you said it best in something that I read, that you said that there is nobody waiting with arms open to welcome these people home. Since I've been back, there has been, until recently, no real opportunity in my life. Like, it's been my friends helping me as best as they can, to the best of their abilities. And, thanks to really God working in my life, I do got good things going on right now. Got good job, good work and everything, but it took 7 months to get traction. And, people come out of those places changed. They come out of those places covered in tattoos, looking like a threat, and that's how they're perceived. I wouldn't say that you should trust everybody coming out of prison. And in fact, you should probably 100% keep them at arm's distance.
Yeah.
But
that reentry is
very hard for people, especially without foundations. When I got out, I was lucky enough to get a little bit
significant trauma. I mean, even since you got out, like, you came back to Billings, and we started working on some stuff that eventually led to that presentation on mentorship that you gave, your mentoring testimony, which was one of the most powerful moments I've ever witnessed. But also in the background, a gang put a green light out on you, and we had to get you out of town. And so you went back home, which Wolf Point is just not a place where...
It's a bucket of crabs, man. You start climbing to the top, and everybody's going to start climbing on your back, trying to get back out.
Yep. And so, I mean, I don't know how many jobs you applied for, et cetera, but also there's a mental health component of this, which is that you have been through enormous trauma. Some that you've inflicted, but also, all of us, man, we're both victim and victimizer. Yeah. And so trauma doesn't necessarily discriminate. You can have trauma from being a victimizer. You can have trauma from being a victim. But also people were trying to kill you in prison. The lifestyle that you were living when you were here in Billings that you described is a life that can be over in a moment's time if you're not, you make one mistake and you're dead, and so that hypervigilance, like that still shows up in your world. And so you were even just describing stepping outside and you're looking for cameras, you're looking for, which way somebody could be coming, like you're processing all of this information constantly.
Yeah.
And it's exhausting.
Yeah. It's, it literally is like a second voice inside my head. It's like, here I am aware, trying to be in the moment and feel, and it's like I got this cloud, like this mental fog of paranoia. And I know that, there's people who don't want to see me succeed.
Cole said it so perfectly, man. He was just like reflecting on you, and he's like, you know what, man, I think that the devil would probably just prefer that Cole not be around at this point in time.
Yeah.
Which means that side of the dark side, man, they're scared of you,
Mm-hmm. But two days ago, I was feeling very anxious about this podcast. Like my friends know, and like about my lifestyle, and my family knows about my past lifestyle, but the general public, they could only look at me and guess. And, I was worried about coming public about my story, like having anxiety talking to my woman, because I got a very supportive, good woman. She's everything that I prayed for.
Took you to church on your first date.
Yeah, it took me to church on our first date, I was talking to her about it, and, it was, maybe you need to open the Bible. And I opened it up, and it's so crazy because I just opened it up to a random page. You hear this all the time. People open up to the random page, and it's right on time. And it was David, and he was talking about, even though there is an army encamped around me, I will not be afraid, because the Lord will protect me in his temple. Amen. So
this is his temple, man.
Yeah.
Redemption is his temple.
Absolutely. Look at all the prophets in the Bible. Look at Peter. Peter was a persecutor of Christians. Look at all of them. I think not Simon. Simon and Peter were fishermen, right? Okay.
Paul was a persecutor.
Paul, yeah. Paul was the persecutor of Christians, and
David
he wrote
was a murderer and an adulterer, and these were all broken people, man.
And I think the female that followed Jesus was a prostitute before. Like, it's a religion for broken people. Like the New Testament, I don't believe it was written for those who are already saved. I think the New Testament was written for those looking to be saved. And
it's God reaching out to us,
Yeah.
Wherever we're at, though. It's not a conditional.
Yeah. So my faith is actually what gets me through my mental health. Some days I wake up, because I have auditory and vision, like sometimes I'll zone out and I'll be reliving something, and like in my head I just wake up like that, and it's like boom, spacing out, reliving stuff, seeing it over in my head. And to me, it might not necessarily seem super traumatic, but it's these high energy, intense moments that I'm having to relive when I'm spacing out. And, when I come back to, it's for a little bit, and then I'm spacing out. Then it's for a little bit, and I'm spacing out. And the nightmares alone, when I first got with my woman, I had no idea how much I had nightmares still. I didn't even know I had nightmares until one of my friends stayed at my house and woke me up in the middle of the night because I was freaking out trying to kick something off of me. And I ended up kicking over this nightstand, smashing a night lamp, just swinging at the walls and stuff. And he woke me up, and he's sitting there, and he's scared, terrified, never seen anybody scream, never seen anybody yell, never heard anybody really just fighting in their sleep. And he's looking at me, he's like, Koa, he's like, what's going on with you? I've never seen this before. Then I thought that when I was in prison, I'd gotten over these nightmares and stuff. And I got back out, and the stress and having to readjust to society made everything 10 times worse. I'm waking up with sleep paralysis and PTSD dreams, and my woman's the gravity in my world holding me down, like in those moments. So if I go through that, you know, there has to be something a lot of people go through, because everybody's struggle is unique, but the responses aren't. You know, it affects everybody in similar ways. So I don't know. It's important for people to know that, like, people go through that. Like, that somebody might be trying their ass off.
It was one of your enemies. I mean, like, you get out here and you're trying to, like, reintegrate and you know, find work and start to build a future, but, like, there's an enemy within that is terrorizing you and is, you know, hijacking your physiology, man, and like, and you know, and that alone is something that can take you down. And so you're fighting these two battles, both external and internal, and which just makes that road that much more challenging.
And you know, something that's so crazy to me, and I've told you this, but I don't think that most people would know just off of like anything that they hear regularly. Me personally, the people that I relate to the most when I talk about my struggles and my mental health and everything are veterans.
Yeah.
Like, they go through the same thing that prisoners go through. If you want to know what a prisoner is going through, but you don't have access to a prisoner to talk to a veteran. Ask them about their first 2 years getting out of the service, what it's like to not have somebody telling you what to do, what it's like not knowing what to do with yourself, what it's like having that depression because you don't have somebody setting goals for you and you're not constantly achieving them, what it's like feeling like you're spinning in your circles, what it's like being in a constant mode of violence from the moment you wake up, prepared for it. The first thing you're thinking is, what can I turn into a weapon? The first thing you're thinking is, how can I protect the people I care about? And, you know, that's a hard mindset to get out of. And to know that veterans go through that same thing when they come back, that was humbling. I just want to sit back and soak up how they got through it. And, you know, it's...
A lot of them haven't.
A lot of them haven't, bro. One of my best friends, Anthony Cifuentes, Tony Montana, he's a producer. He has very, very bad PTSD.
Yeah.
And, man, even the other week, this week, I'm sitting on the phone with him, and he's going through it, man.
Yeah, he's having, you know, the flashback, man, which is...
Yeah.
It's like a physiological transplant of, like, you're actually back in that moment. Like, you're physically responding. And that's how trauma functions, right? Like, it's activating the same systems that were active when you were experiencing the actual traumatic event. Sometimes
I'll get a visual flashback, you know, and I'm like reliving something, and the only thing that brings me back is the reflex of my facial muscles. It's like
twitches, and then you
and then I come
remember
back.
Your body.
And you know, it's important to be there for these people as they transition. It's important for systems to be there. But you also just got to be careful, too, because you don't know what everybody's intentions are when they're coming out. Most people, maybe they're not ready for change.
Well, so it's interesting, man, because, and you talk about, you know, the drug game, like, as a game, right? The gang game, it's a game, and all of these things are games. Like, even being in the military is a game, and there's a rule set, and you're a character in that game, and you have to abide by these, but it's like an orientation system, right? It's like, you know what you're oriented towards, what you have to watch out for, and the same thing is true in prison, right? Like, there's a rule set that you have to abide by, and you learn to abide by it, and it enables you to be successful in that environment. But those rule sets don't translate to other games at all.
No.
And so that's why it's so hard for veterans to come back from a war, because they've learned an orientation system that only works in one setting.
Yeah.
And group home kids, man, because you have to learn a new rule set every time you go from one game to the next game to the next game. And then, you know, truly, like, it's there's a reason that gangs are so sophisticated because it's a well-articulated game, excuse me, and you embody those principles and you become successful at it, but it doesn't function all that well anywhere else. And so that oftentimes, you go for it, man. But that's because like now you no longer have a methodology for being successful. You don't know how to orient yourself in this world. Yeah. And the old rule set keeps coming back and tormenting you in some respects, because it won't let go, because you were dependent on those things for your survival. You know, and the same thing in prison, right? Like somebody will kill you, right? If you make the wrong move. And that's the same as war, man. Where you don't abide by the rule set of that game and you will die.
And the thing is too is there's really no set rule set. Like everywhere you, like you said, everywhere you go is different. There's people who are gang members that have killed police that have been killed by their own people, because having somebody who's killed a police member on the block is going to bring your crew too much heat. And so you might have done that for your gang, but
now you're a threat.
Now you're a threat because you're threatening the existence that was already there before you. You just came into you're a new variable, and unless you're convenient, why would they let you stick around?
Which is, I mean, these games are so depersonalized and dehumanizing, right? And everybody's just a pawn, and you know, subservient to the game, and it's a replicating tragedy, right?
Yeah.
All right. So, and also, especially these types of games are really difficult to get out of, and so that's I want to tell that story. All right. So you get arrested and you get imprisoned. I don't know how long you were incarcerated before you reached out to me, but maybe kind of walk me through that process. And also there was there was a lot of legal stuff too, where you were like being tried federally and in the state, and they were telling you one thing while doing another thing. Like you were lied to from the beginning of this process to the end.
Yeah. So when I got arrested, so I got arrested on burglary and possession from that night that Hilde pulled me over. That was what they were able to make stick. And I was willing to plea out to it because I'm covered in tattoos. I was planning on changing my life when I get out. And the last thing I want to do is be up on that stand and have them say 20 years. And so, yeah, I pled out. But I get to county jail. I think I'm there for 2 years. But when I got there right away, I just, like I said, I realized, like, I was having this identity crisis, man. Like, I was having this looking in the mirror and not seeing who I wanted to be. And not only that, but right before I got incarcerated, I was talking to my boss, who I worked for, and he was had very strong emotions about me because his son was my best friend and I had put him on. And we were both still working for his company at the time. Well, the morals that I said that I lived by and the things that I said that I strived for, he pointed it out to me. He was like, that's what you stand for. He was like, but that's not what your cause stands for. He was like, you're saying that this is what it means, and you're making people believe that this is what it means. He's like, but that's not what it means because I've been there. I was there. This was my life once too. That's not what it is. And in my head, I was like thinking about it. I always try to listen to what somebody has to say because I believe everybody knows something I don't. And
this is another one of your mentors, though. Somebody saw you, believed in you, cared about you, and
no, not really. He was my friend's dad. I think he more just didn't want to see me getting his son in trouble, and so he was willing to invest a little bit of time to talk to me. But in reality, I don't think he cared one way or another about me. Like not past like a worker standpoint. He was always like really how should I say it? Just about work with me. Yeah, like, you know, this conversation was something that it stood out to me because we had it.
Yeah, he gave you a truth. And then you departed with that truth, and it was rattling around in your brain while you were having this identity crisis.
Yeah, and here I am in jail getting sober, and I'm facing all these demons in my life that I created. And I was one of them. And I'm looking in the mirror and I see myself. And man, when I got out before this, I was, I was doing a lot of bad things. I was doing steroids. I was, all this stuff to build myself. Well, I'd let myself go. I was in jail where none of this stuff mattered no more. And I'm looking in and I'm just like, none of this matters. This cell is my home now. And the only thing that I own in it is me. And that's a possession of the state. I own nothing. I was like, here I am again. And then I'm walking around the units, walking around the blocks, and all the big homies, everybody who's my equal now, this is their third time doing this. This is their fourth time doing this. And it doesn't get bigger each time. It's like now they know who the fuck you are. They're going to catch you. I knew that I'd done it as big as I possibly could. I got in away with it as big as I could, as long as I could, and that I'm going to be under investigation if I stay a criminal for the rest of my life. If I try to do this next time, I'm off the streets. I'm going to get federally indicted and put away. Well, I'm on the block. I'm working out. And next thing I know, I got the FBI and the U.S. Marshals coming in to take my DNA, trying to pull it off of a weapon or something, and for some kind of investigation. And, they take my DNA. And, I know how the feds work. It's half mind games, It's half sleight of hand. I know that they got my DNA on a database from when I was convicted at 18. What they were trying to do was take my DNA, get me scared, and use that fear. And I'm sitting there, and they take my DNA, they leave. I'm like, whatever, it's whatever. They already had my DNA, so I know damn well that new DNA isn't going to do anything different. Like, it doesn't get old, And so I'm like, whatever. But I realize now the FBI knows who I am. The U.S. Marshals know who I am. BPD definitely knows who I am. How long until, what I was doing for the cartel catches up to alcohol, tobacco, and firearms? And there's all these departments made to catch people like me. Well, I end up in this cell with a meth cook, and his name was Robert, and man, he had God in his life. He was going away for 15 years. He had esophageal, dying of cancer, one eye, freaking, just trying to get through his prison time. He knows he's gonna die in there. He's like, I think he was like 72 or something like that already. And he just, at first, he did not like me. He did not want me in his cell, didn't want a youngster in his cell. But my respect won him over. It's, you're sleeping? All right, I'll be quiet. I'm sleeping? He was quiet. So why wouldn't I reciprocate? I'm eating? You can eat. Because when you eat, I eat. Why wouldn't I reciprocate? And I just showed him that respect. And even though we were of two different colors, two different cars, we end up becoming like fast friends, bro. Like, to hear this man's story about how he cooked, and he got caught with 50 pounds of dope that tested 98.6% pure that he cooked in a garage in Laurel. Like, to hear his story about how he cooked for Sonny Barger,
Sonny Bargers.
Yeah, who founded the Hells Angels. He joined when he was 16 and became a meth cook for him. Crazy. And his first batch of dope that he ever cooked wasn't even for him. It was for, or the Hells Angels, it was because his dad was addicted to cross caps, and he was a trucker. And he was spending $1,000 every month on a jar of cross caps just so he could make his drives. Because if he didn't drive enough, the bills didn't get paid. But Robert knew that $1,000, especially way back then, was a lot of money. His dad's having to buy this and sell it and freaking drive around this truck and just trying to make ends meet. So what does he do? This man that I met was a genius. So as a kid, he's a genius. And, back then they had actual chemistry, like sets and everything. Like, there was a lot of stuff that's controlled now that was not controlled then. There's precursors that you can't get your hands on then that you can or that you can't get your hands on now that you could then. So he cooked a batch and he gave it to his dad, and his dad was buying from Sonny Barger, and that's how he got introduced. And boom, he told me his life story and about how he'd been to federal prison twice for manufacture, about how the last time he went to prison, the U.S. Marshals showed up to the Olympics, the first ever Olympics held in Mexico, and arrested him because he was down there cooking dope for the cartel. Had built 3 super labs, and goes to prison, gets out. Well, the bikers weren't there for him the first time, and the cartel wasn't there for him the second time. So this time he did it on his own, thinking that he was going to get it right, that he knew best, and now he's going to die in prison. And he sees me in there, and he sees how I operate, how I move, the respect, the amount of respect I receive, and everybody who's wants me to call them, and they're texting me, and the things I got going on, and he just told me a story. And if a meth cook, the dude that everybody wants, the dude the cartel was willing to move to Mexico and give a house, and once he proved himself, build him super labs, like, if he's telling me this doesn't work, but this works, and he's showing me the Bible, I was like, he knows way more than me. He's a better criminal than me. He's done it. And he's showing me the Bible. So that's when I started getting into God. That's when I started discovering my faith. And that's actually, I was in my faith for about 2 months before I ended up contacting you. I didn't devalidate. I left the gang. I let them know I wasn't going to be a part of them anymore.
Prior to.
And yeah, they already knew. And I reached out to you, and
So as part of that process, like you heard Robert's story, and then sort of, I mean, that was kind of the answer you were looking for. Like there was no way out. I mean, I think that's so interesting, right? Like like you're hustling on the outside, you get arrested, you get incarcerated, and like the hustle just continues, right? Like,
yeah.
Like it's just an extension of although now you're in jail as opposed to being on the outside.
Everything that I could do on the streets, I can do through a phone.
Yeah, and so you could have. I mean, that's one course of action that you could have continued, but instead this guy was able to show you a path to somewhere else.
He showed me the Bible. He was able to show me the Bible, and he had captured my fascination enough. Like, you know all of this, but you sit here every day and you read this. What are you learning from this? He captured my attention enough that I cracked it open. I haven't been able to put it down since.
Me either, man. What did you find when you first cracked it open?
I actually started on Daily Bread with him, and at first we were reading. So we do 2 versions every day. We do the Old Testament, and then we read chapters out of the New Testament.
Yeah.
And the Old Testament, it let me know the history of the Bible and the bloodline and what everybody was doing. But like the New Testament was where I really found my solace. It was where, like,
because that's actually where the solace is in that story.
Yeah, exactly.
The rest is just runway, man.
Yeah, it's just build up. And man, it was, for the first time in my life, even with a green light on me, even trying to lead the gangs, even knowing I was facing a prison sentence, I had no weight on my shoulders. Man, I was the happiest I'd ever been. I literally felt like there was no weight on my shoulder. I felt like my body was weightless when I walked around. I had no care. I had no worry. I had no stress. I'd given it all to God.
It was cool. I'm watching just a ton of emotion come up. What is it when you think about that? What's coming up right now?
Gratitude. Because I had so much hate in my heart. It made me a slave. It's just crazy to find your freedom in a cell.
Amazing grace.
Yeah. And it didn't get easier. Yeah.
I mean, from here on out, I was along for the ride the entire way.
Yeah.
You and I talked for every single week, man.
Yeah.
For 2 years straight. Well, I was in my own prison and you were in yours.
Yeah, you were in Colorado with Gentry, and you were fighting your battle, and I was in here in Montana fighting mine. And, you know, I don't think that I would have got through it without God, because there was times where my faith was tested. There was times where I just felt so alone, you know, and you only know when escape. And
well, I can imagine you carving out this little island of hope with Robert, right? Like, so, you know, he's your cellie, and then you start reading the Bible together, and I mean, that's like an active Bible study in your.
yeah,
But he wasn't your cellie the whole time, you know.
No.
So eventually, you just lose that island, and that would have been probably a pretty profound connection to this faith that you're beginning to discover.
yeah, it's so Robert ended up being my cellie for like 4 months, but he had like I said, he had esophageal. And so one day we're sitting in our cell, and I asked him if he wanted to work out with me. And, you know, he's an old man, but he wants to stay alive until he gets out, so he's taking care of himself. He wants to see his wife one more time, because for the first time in his life since he got arrested, him and his wife are sober. He's never, ever, ever been with her sober. And he said that when they got sober, he fell in love with her all over again over the phone. So he wants to get out for that. And we start working out. He says he needs some water. He gets up after his burpee and stuff and sips some water. But all of a sudden, he's just like, and he spits that water out, and it's blood. That esophageal had ruined his esophagus so much that his stomach couldn't open to let that water in. And so he filled up his esophagus, and it ruptured. Part of it ruptured. He starts throwing up blood. He's panicking. And he's like, what do I do? What do I do? What do I do? And like now his stomach's filling up with blood. And he's throwing up more blood. And anytime he tips forward, his esophagus is bleeding, so it's running out of his mouth. He's having to stay tipped forward. And I'm looking at him, and like I'm already conditioned to high intensity situations, so I'm not panicked at all. And I'm all like, what do you need me to do? And he's like, I don't know. And I was like, all right, sit down on the bed. I grabbed my bowl, I gave it to him. I'm like, puking that. I was like, because they're gonna have to see blood. And I go to the door, I start kicking it. Boom, boom, boom. I see one of these dudes walking around because it's not our tier out. And I go get the guards. And he's like, what? And I was like, come here. And he looks around the cell, and there's blood all over the walls, all over the floor. And he's like, oh my God, did you beat him up? I was like, no, go get the fucking guards, bro. And he's like, I was like, go get the guards. And so he goes, grabs the guard. Because we got into a fight, and now I'm trying to like get him to go get the guards. He's now ratting. So he's worried about going and getting the guards.
Sure.
He doesn't know that my buddy in here's esophagus just tried to blow up on him. And so the guards come in. They're like, oh, you're throwing up blood. They don't even look. They're just like, all right, I'll let the nurses go. I'll let the nurses know. And then they leave. And then about 15 minutes later, they're doing med pass. And she's all like, and I'm banging on the door still.
Yeah, man, he's just dying.
He is dying. He's filled up this bowl with blood. Like, and they're walking on this bottom tier, handing out pills because they're not going to come to our door until med pass. And so finally they get to our door, and they're all like, all right, med pass, by the way, you're throwing up blood? And he's like, yeah. And he shows them the bowl with the blood in it. And she goes, oh, well, how long have you been throwing up blood? And she's just writing on her notes like unaffected. And I'm sitting there against the wall, and I was like, and she looks around, and she's all like, hold up, did you guys get in a fight? Because there's blood coming out of his mouth, there's blood all over the walls. And I was like, no, we didn't get into a fight. And he's all like, I'm throwing up blood. And she's like, I know, you keep saying that. And so he tips his head forward, and he just opens his mouth, and all that blood ran out of his throat. And that lady, she drained a color. She was like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, and slams the door and runs out of the unit and comes in with more nurses when they just made him sit for like 20 minutes. And so they come in with this bucket, they give it to him, they're asking him what happened. They're asking me if I beat him up still. And he's, puking all this blood up into this bucket. They get him down to freaking intake and everything. They take him to the hospital. They were able to save his life and everything. But because of the treatment that he received while he was in that facility, they ended up moving him to a federal facility because they just didn't trust that jail was going to keep him alive.
Yeah, reasonable.
Yeah.
Which is a pretty consistent theme throughout this, which is that they don't seem to give a fuck about you guys.
No, absolutely not.
I
should have sued that county jail for what they did because there's laws about cruel and unusual punishment. Well, they wouldn't move me out of that cell, and there was blood everywhere, and they handed me a rag with no gloves, and they told me to clean it up. Like there was puke, there was vomit, there was blood. Like you guys made me mop that up with my bare hands and a rag, and that was at Yellowstone County Jail right here in town.
Sure.
Like, I don't know. It's that.
All right, but,
yeah.
But Robert gave you something.
But
man.
Robert gave me something. That's actually how me and Robert parted ways, and I think that he's in the feds. I look up his name sometimes, but because of my security status, I can't have contact with anybody. I wished I could, but with knowing who was looking at me back when I was a criminal, I'm not comfortable reaching out to those kind of facilities.
Yeah.
And so I found my faith in a cell with him, and he really tried to show me God. He really nurtured my relationship with God. And I get out of that cell. I live in the county jail for like another year and a half, and then eventually I get sentenced, and then I'm like stuck there forever. My original sentence actually wasn't a prison term. It was supposed to be pre-release. And but I got to this facility, and they just told me that nobody was going to take me. They told me that actually before I even left the jail, that a packet for placement was sent out that I never I actually remember the day that I got a packet because it was September 11th, and I thought that was a federal holiday, or that was not a holiday, but like a day off for people and stuff. But my PO ends up coming in and giving me this packet, and it's all like, fill this out, turn it in. So I filled it out, turned it in, right? I looked at the dates on my file, and I could prove this if I wanted to, but I looked at the dates on my file, and she started writing that I got denied by every pre-release in the state, like freaking August 28th.
Oh, wow.
So she faked a packet, faked results, and then gave me a packet to cover her ass.
Yeah, no doubt.
And so I get sent to this facility, and they're saying I already got denied by all these pre-releases, but these pre-releases have never screened me. So he's all like, all right, I'll send your packet out again. And he starts sending out my packet again. I start getting denied. I'm like, what the hell, man? And I was like, what do I got to do? And he's all like, well, we're going to get you phone interviews. And none of these pre-releases will have phone interviews. And I asked him why. And he said that the Billings PNP had built one of the biggest files on me that they have ever seen. He said he's never seen a file as big as mine. And I'm only 21 years old right now. And that was why I was getting denied all these pre-releases. And here I am. I'm walking in my faith with God. I'm like, I'm still incarcerated, though. I'm still surrounded by violence. And so, I'd still have to handle myself.
No doubt.
And so I found out I wasn't going to get put anywhere. I get denied everywhere. And next thing I know, I'm going to prison. I get there, and I'm under the impression I'm going to get out very soon. Oh, no, this was actually before I left. I'm under the impression I'm going to get out of START very soon, that facility before prison. And that was when we found out that they had changed my plea agreement from what was officially on court docket to their plea agreement that, didn't specify how my sentence is supposed to be ran.
Yeah,
so
it
for
was consecutive versus, right?
Yeah, so for everybody listening to this podcast that doesn't know what consecutive and concurrent mean, Consecutive means that when you get charged with 2 crimes, you have to serve the time on one crime and then serve the time on the other. And concurrent means that if you got charged with 2 crimes or more, that you get to do the time at the same time. So
it's a huge difference.
Huge difference.
Years of your life that we're talking about.
Yeah. And I had made a plea agreement for concurrent. That way I could get out in like months. Mm-hmm. Like I think I had 11 months left with that plea agreement when I took it. And it turned into 4 years because they documented my stuff wrong.
Well, and because I was trying to advocate for you and was able to get a hold of your public defendant, who was, I don't know, man, but like we were able to confirm that it had been filed at least in one court document as concurrent. But they just, like I couldn't get that close to any of it, and then people would just stop calling me back. I mean, it was, it was so fascinating, like, because I advocate for a lot of people all the time, and people calling me back.
Yeah.
But in this domain, man, in this world that you found yourself in, like, I couldn't get people to call me back. I mean, just nobody cared, man. It was unbelievable the amount of callousness that I encountered just trying to advocate for you.
And see, I don't necessarily blame, the probation officers or the police or whoever it was that built that file on me. I mean, a lot of people try to turn that, oh, I found God leaf when they get to jail. And a lot of people are good at faking it. And, I was really good at what I did. And I imagine that they probably thought that I'd be really good at faking this too.
No doubt, man.
And, I don't have any resentment anymore like I did. Like, I'm out and my life is good. And I'm having a lot of fun.
And I'm just incredibly proud of you. But there was a moment in time, so your faith is relatively new, where you discover that because of a clerical error somewhere, that instead of spending 11 months in prison, you're spending 4 years in prison. I mean, I just can't even imagine. And I was talking to you regularly through that. And man, it was always all of our conversations, man. I just found myself almost in awe of you at times, man. The resilience that you showed, the refusal to be bitter, the refusal, like you just wouldn't do it. Yeah. And there were so many of those conversations where, like I said, man, I wouldn't have told you to devalidate. Like I would have told you to survive, get out the other side, and then let's figure this stuff out. But you charted your course, man. You picked a destination, and you relentlessly worked towards that destination, even after it was extended from 1 year to 4 years.
Yeah.
And that's enough to take somebody out, man. Like that's enough disappointment. That's a big enough betrayal to just like, well, fuck you guys then. And that's not what you chose.
Man, I knew I could do it for 4 more years because this had been my life. I knew I could do it for 4 more years. It's just like that last push-up of your workout. You don't want to do it. And it's not any heavier than the last one. It's your mindset. Are you going to do it? And that I knew I could do it. I knew I could make it out. There was moments of doubt. There were scary moments where I didn't know if I was going to live, but I knew I could do it.
All right, so you get your sentence radically extended, and is this when they send you to Wolf Point? Because I know you did like a pre-release, and then they sent you to Deer Lodge.
Oh, no, I didn't actually get out at all this time. So I was in START, and then I got transported to. I got an emergency transport to prison. They took me there. I was like the only person on the transport, actually, which is super weird. That just means they didn't want me there anymore. They just figured they weren't going to get me placed, whatever. And so I get to that prison,
Which, man, there's a back end for all of this for me, too, because, like, you're getting transported from one place to another. And
yeah. Again, you're having to put money on different phone things.
Yeah. I mean, I was all in, man. I was like, man, this is one of my kids. And so I'm trying to, like, track you down. And once again, man, like, you call people and they'll just hang up on you. And, like, nobody will tell me where you've gone to or if you're alive or dead. And so each one of these, I'm like, on my end, man, like, I'm panicking and trying to, like, to figure out where it is that you've gone. And then started connecting with Dan and Ann, and they've been incredibly helpful, at least in keeping us connected together, because I think at a minimum they saw value and they knew that I really loved you, and so but yeah, I mean this was all very scary for me throughout this entire process, man. And it's not even just to mention, but, you know, I was in pretty desperate straits too, man. I mean, I had a traumatic brain injury. I was really sick. You know, I was dealing with my son's leukemia. My family was, you know, like we were.
Your struggle, well, I struggled.
Yeah.
Made my struggle. To me, that's why I think that it's so amazing to me that you look at my struggle the same way I looked at yours. Because I could not imagine, like, being somebody who's going to be a father, I could not imagine what you went through. Like, and even sitting in that cell, like, that empathetic part of me, I'm just like, damn. Like, this is what my buddy's going through. I was like, I'm lucky. I'm not dealing with that. I'm praying for you while I'm in there. And at the same time, it was like that empathetic, compassionate part of you felt the exact same way about my situation. Like, it was nice having good friends like that.
Well, man, I mean, I think that I've certainly been a mentor to you, but we survived that together, man.
Yeah, we did.
I mean, we were soldiers in that war together, and yeah, both of us just kept getting back up.
Yeah, yeah, I can't imagine. You probably almost lost track of me a few times, but yeah, just how they bump people around in the system's kind of crazy too. I mean, you'll be one place one day, and then you'll be somewhere else the next, and it's really just up to a whim. Sometimes a computer code, who's going to get moved today? Like,
yeah, it's your whole life just packed up and sent somewhere else because of a computer. You know?
Everything every aspect of comfortability that you built's gone.
So let's talk about Wolf or Deer Lodge, man. Like, to describe what is it like in there for anybody who's never, you know, been on the inside?
Deer Lodge, I've never been to low security, so I couldn't describe that to you. But I can tell you what max security and closed custody are like. So closed custody, when you get there, the first thing that you're going to do is you're going to have people from your car or your race come up to you. And they're going to be like, oh, what are you? This, that, and the third. They're going to feel you out, see if they're going to check your paperwork out. They're going to see if you can live there. And, you know, everything checked out. So there I was kicking it. And, yeah, really, it's a rat race, man. It's like, it's the same thing as the streets. You know, there's a few things that you can't find in there, but for the most part, everybody's doing the same thing. If you were a drug dealer on the streets and you could figure out how to get a plug and a connection, and you're smooth enough to do that, you're probably smooth enough to pull a guard, get a drug dealer, get a connection. Like, you know, there's guards there that want to make extra money. There's fucking, you know, females that visit that want to make extra money. And it's just kind of like...
It's a snake pit, man.
It's just a snake pit, yeah. It's you're surrounded by, like, I mean, the worst of the worst in the state, you know? Like, nobody's necessarily, like, a scary person. I mean, not to me, you know? I just been in that environment so long. But, like, you just knew that nobody was a good person. And especially with my faith in God, like, that was a struggle for me. I didn't feel like I had anybody I could talk to. Like, even talking to the Native American boys in there and stuff, like, you know, they were the biggest knuckleheads in the state. That's why they were in there. And they were supposed to be my people, but here I am. I don't relate to them. I don't have fun doing the things that they do. I don't find enjoyment in hurting people at this point in my life. I don't and I don't feel like I had anybody I could talk to about my faith. And so I just felt like I was floundering while I was in General Pop. And, you know, finally something happens and I get to go to the hole. But, you know, I got some time to myself and...
I think you had to beat somebody up, right?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, like I said, violence is prevalent in there. Violence is the main currency. So finally I find myself in the hole. And
yeah, but you were refusing to affiliate yourself with these different organizations because it's very segregated and there's a pecking order and there's, you know, all that stuff. And so you were refusing to align with any of them, which sort of made you a target for all of them.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially when you're leaving a group segment. Like, you got to realize that, you know, you have your enemies while you're in that group segment. But now when you leave that, you have the enemies that you used to have, plus your friends that are now after you. And so it just kind of makes everything that much more complicated. And I think that's actually where a lot of my like paranoia comes from and stuff, is like I knew what it was like to feel like everybody was after me. I mean, honestly, I don't know what my time would have been like if I wouldn't have been sent to AdSeg. I really don't. But
what was the sequence of events that led you? Because at a certain point in time, they determined that everybody was trying to kill you. And so they removed you from Gen Pop and put you in AdSec. And I slept a lot easier after I knew that that was the case.
Yeah. So I ended up in the hole for that fight. And I got special reclassed because I didn't actually have enough security points to get put in AdSeg. But they were just like, well, look at this kid, look at his file. He got in some fights before he got here. He got in a fight while he's here. He's violent. All his charges are violent. And, you know, let's teach him a lesson. Special reclass. I don't remember how many months they said that I had to do an AdSeg. But, you know, they end up reclassing me back there, and it's 24-hour solitary confinement. You get let out in these little bird cages. You got to shower in a cage, literally a cage. It's like this hole in the wall with, like, bars, like, over the front of it that they just close and lock. And you got this little button that you can press and get cold water ran on you for about 30 seconds. And so I found myself in there. It was boring for sure. But I ended up, like I said, I found solace in my faith and also pursuing education. Man, when I got back in there, I was already so hungry for knowledge ever since I was a child. And man, they got this great program in prison called Adovo tablets. And you know, they got religious content on there. They got educational content on there. They got Harvard University classes on there. For psychology 101, sociology, criminology, all that stuff, like, and finances. There's hundreds of different classes you can take and earn college credits that, well, sadly don't apply to most colleges, but you know, it's still cool to learn. And I found myself back in there for a long time, and I wasn't around violence. I wasn't around people who were high.
Well, that's what you were doing, man. I mean, I was talking to you regularly. I think I was sending you like 3 books a week or something like that. You were just vacuuming up information. And we were talking about that, man, like build your arsenal because you're going to need it down the road, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And so you had this like quiet space to work on yourself and and you were, you know, more safe than you had been in quite some time and had this opportunity almost to build yourself back up. Yeah. Which I think a lot of other people in your situation just would have gone insane because those conditions produce insanity very, very frequently, and lots of people kill themselves. And I mean, that's it. Like, and I recall you describing some of those, like people were killing themselves around you. Yeah. And like that's a part of the environment. You got the psychopath next door who killed 8 people since he was literally in AdSec and just was so good at whispering in people's ears that he could cause death without ever leaving his cell.
He could just gaslight. This dude, I won't get into his name. I don't want to give him any credibility. This dude is just kind of a really terrible person. But yeah, while I was there, he had literally convinced somebody to kill themselves through the vent by gaslighting them, by telling them they had nothing to live for, by pretending like he was his friend. But every time that he talked to him, just being so smooth and passive about just breaking this man down and breaking his situation down, that the man took his own life.
Yeah, just insidious, just a demon in his ear, and he did it for fun.
Just to see if he could.
Yeah.
And, you know, those are who I was living with, and that's why I had to throw myself in my education. I had to throw myself in my Bible. I had to throw myself into my good friends over the phone, you know. Otherwise, I would have been stuck soaking that up, becoming that, even more. And so that's why I feel so bad for the young kids that do go through that and they don't got that support. They don't got that drive to change, is because they're going to be worse off. They got all these people thinking they're so smart back there, like brainwashing them. And you're young, you're soaking it up. Like watch what you listen to, you know, because it'll affect you.
It's what you feed, right?
Mm-hmm. It's the one you feed.
So then I watched you kind of stabilize in that environment. You were safe. You know, I think the PTSD went away for a little while. And there's a few more things that I can recall. One is that they eventually had to move you to death row. So you spent some time on death row, which is just kind of wild in and of itself. Yeah. But then things got pretty turbulent towards the end when it was finally close to being released. Yeah,
and I can get into that. So I'm on AdSeg, and I think I've been there I don't know how long, a while. And all of a sudden they come up and they're like, roll your stuff up and you're moving. I was like, all right, cool. And where am I moving to? Oh, we're moving you to the next building. I was like, all right. So I roll my stuff up. I'm sitting there waiting to find out where I'm going. And they put all my stuff in this golf cart. They shackle me up. They put me on the seat of this golf cart and they start driving me. And they drive me to the SHU. And they take me to D-Pod, death row. And there I am in lower 4 for forever. Like I'm just stuck. How long was I there? Like 6-9 months, something like that. Yeah. And it's like so crazy to me that like this is where I'm at. Like I found God, I found education, I found a purpose. I got great friends on the outs like that would fight for me. And I'm living in a unit with a cannibal. I'm living in a unit with a serial killer. I'm living in a unit with freaking serial rapists. And I'm just like, damn it. Yeah, I just unpacked my stuff, got my routine back, and, you know, doing that time.
Yeah, you did all right. You even made some friends, you know, with the cannibal next door. And you were playing chess with one of them.
I was playing chess with a serial killer. I was playing chess with this other guy. I don't remember exactly what he was in there for. And talking to that cannibal. He swears he didn't eat nobody.
It wasn't me.
He swears he didn't eat nobody.
Chicken, I swear.
But everybody who was there with him, they're like, he ate him.
That's so crazy.
Because it happened in the prison.
I feel like you don't want to lose a chess match to a serial killer or a cannibal.
No, absolutely
like it's just
not.
like an unsettling feeling, right? Because they just out-chessed you.
Yeah, it's you definitely don't want to piss them off. Sometimes you take a loss. If you got to read people. You know, you don't have to be like in that situation. You don't want to be the threat because they'll kill you. They'll figure out how to open your door. They'll wait until the doors pop. I actually was in D-Pod. Get this, right? They opened every door in the unit at the same time. Did I ever tell you about that?
No, I don't think I heard about that one.
Okay, so there I am, and I'm chilling, and all of a sudden my door pops. And it only opens about a foot, and it stops. And it was because the dude in the box was trying to open one door and accidentally hit the emergency release. And so everybody was able to come out of their cell.
Every serial killer.
Everybody, yeah. Everybody who was in there was able to come out. And I went out of my cell because, if everybody's leaving their cell and there's a riot going on, you don't sit in your cell. That'll get you killed later on down the road. You stand at your door. If you're not going to do anything, you stand at your door. So I get out of my cell, I stand at my door, and just to show that I'm not on the guard side. That's very symbolic.
Symbolic, yeah. You gotta let people know which side you're on.
And so symbolically, I had to do that. So I get out of my cell, and it was all cool. Everybody was laughing, happy. These dudes hadn't been on the same side of a door as each other, except in shackles, ever. Like 18 years, like
crazy.
And for the first time in their life, they're, what's up, dabbing each other up. And it was just, when I was there was such a good energy on the block. Everybody was just happy with everybody. Good business. There was a lot of people with respect in there. So there was no turmoil when that happened. But like that just blows me away. Like I literally was out there, dude, like in that unit with those people, like, and that was an experience for sure. That's something that I'll remember forever, is just but also it made them human in my eyes too. Yeah. Because for the first time, like, I did actually, man, they were actually real to me.
Which, I mean, I think part of the story, man, is a testament to all of our humanity, man. Mm-hmm. It's like the robbers next to Jesus on the cross, man. Like, this really is for everybody, and it's even for them too. And their humanity is still there.
Yeah. So there I am. About what I did that time there and everything. I told you all the stories, and it actually kind of was a boring time in my life because like those dudes were there forever. They weren't over there trying to do anything crazy or like have fun. Like they knew that they were gonna die in there, and they're just trying to be comfortable. And so boring time in my life. I focused on working out, reading, and I really threw myself into my music at this time. And actually, a lot of the music that I've recorded since I've been out has been stuff that I wrote while I was
Yeah. I mean, because truly another one of your mentors, man, Tony. You would call him and he would record on the other end too.
Yeah, I have 15 songs recorded from prison right now.
Freaking cool, man. Yeah, I love that. And just also like what he was giving to you, man, which was an outlet and a place to tell your story and something to like look forward to every week and to write towards and to orient yourself towards is, that kind of stillness, that kind of loneliness, that kind of dullness that can eat you alive. And so I mean, these were your mentors again, stepping up and caring for you and caring about you and probably vice versa too, man. I mean, I say this to the end of my life that I got as much out of that as you did. Like you were an anchor for me as well, man.
Mm-hmm. So, that's my mentors really reached out, and man, the really cool thing too is that I didn't have to pay for phone calls with you guys. It was like you guys just took care of me. You guys just like, oh, you want to call? All right, I'm gonna put some more money on. And in my own family, it's like, oh, you got to put money on the phone. Like you got to do this, and so like, I really did throw myself into what I could learn from my mentors while I was in there because I realized I was by myself. I had the ability to form my own unique ideas. I had the ability to reflect with no outside interference. I could decide what was right for me, what was wrong for me. I could take all this information from all these people who were more successful than me, older than me, and that got good situations in their lives, soak it up, and to see how it applied to me. And that point in my life was so, so important just because it allowed me to deprogram all that gangster bullshit, all this thug mentality, it allowed me to try to make room for something new. And, I feel like I made a lot of progress. I feel like my mental health by the end of that time was, except the worry about, the attempts on my life.
Up till, I think that was so true, man. I could map that directly with you where I just saw you healing and growing and striving and taking what was right in front of you and turning it into a resource. And I watched, and then it was like 4 months before the end, we really hit some turbulence. And, and I think too, like, because once again, man, like that's a game, right? You figured out how to live inside that game, which was soak up information, use your tablet, read, you got your phone calls, write some music. But then all of a sudden, like when you transition back into the real world, man, like nothing that you've learned necessarily translates, right? Like you don't have a skill set that survives out there. You've got a skill set that survives where you're at. But then the system really amped up its effort to try and kill you, as far as I can tell. And a few different things. I mean, one was that all of a sudden, and I've never talked to you, man, when you were scared, like ever, man. Like, I mean, you probably are one of those people who could look down the barrel of a gun and not blink. And you called me and you were scared. Yeah. And it's because they had decided spontaneously to transfer you like several months before it's just like just get you through, right? Like you're 2 months away from being discharged, and so they decide to put you back in general pop, and it is well known. You've gone through the devalidation process. Like, it is established that you're getting out of the gangs.
Yeah.
There are people on the other side of those doors, those bars, that want you dead unquestionably. If they put you in the wrong general pop, the people like you probably were going to die. And we're so close to, we're so close.
I was
to
so close to the finish line, man.
I know. Yeah, for sure.
And all of a sudden it was like, all right, you have 11 months, take this plea agreement. Now you took this plea agreement. Now you got 4 years. Okay, you got 2 months. Fight for your life.
Yep. And so I went on a calling rampage, man. I called attorneys all over the state. I called ombudsman. I called anybody I could think of trying to find some help. And then just nobody called me back until a mentor of mine, Mike Yakowicz, who's a state senator. And I had just a deep love for this guy, man, for so many other reasons. But, man, he answered the call. And he actually called the warden, which is just kind of a badass move that you got people on the outside, having state senators, call the warden, and we were able to get that. I mean, and maybe tell that story from your end, but immense gratitude for Mike. I just like it. He'll probably listen to this too, man. But.
Yeah, absolutely. I didn't even know him at the time, and the fact that he would go and make that phone call for me is
man, he's done that kind of stuff for a lot of people, man.
And that's really cool, man. Yeah. I'm really glad to see that we got somebody like him in a position that he's in. But from my point of view, I was just sitting in my cell, worried, fucking
trying to envision a future that you can't envision. And you were trying everything, man. Like, you were talking to people on the outside, trying to get things set up. Like, could I get a job, a place to stay? But none of that worked out. You know,
nothing.
Zero of those things that you kind of had planned to try and provide for yourself panned out.
Yeah, it's I don't know. I think God laughs at plans.
Yeah.
I think he has his own. So he just lets us know. But yeah, no. So I'm sitting in that cell. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I know I'm gonna hit general population, and I don't know what that's gonna look like. I know motherfuckers want me dead, and I'm sitting there, and all of a sudden, some officer comes in, and he just looks like a sheet of paper, like white, and like, just kind of, how would I describe it? Like he stressed, and that he has to be here doing his job, and I didn't really know why. Like, that's just the body language I got off of him right away. And I was kind of confused.
Oh, it's because I blew that motherfucker up.
Yeah.
I blew up all those motherfuckers. And I let them know that their lives were going to get a lot harder if they didn't do something about this. And then Mike called, and then they took me seriously. Yeah,
and so finally they get me out, and it turned out they were aware that there was threats on my life. They were aware that there was going to be an attempt on my life. And finally they're taking it serious because of the people that were calling for me. And, they got me into a place where I was going to be able to just do my last 2 months and get out of prison and be able to go about my life. But the fight that we had to make to get there was insane, bro. It was like, why is it so hard for people to get help? Like, why don't you guys want to help? Like,
yeah, the system is quicksand, man. It just wants to pull you back in. And it tried so hard to just not let go of you, man. I mean, you could just feel it. Like, its tendrils wrapped around you, just trying to pull you back.
Yeah, it's that whole thing was a journey. It was so humbling because I realized too, like, how insignificant I really was compared to the giant wheels of the system.
Yep.
And I'd always known that, but I believed I could shape the world around me. And that right there just let me know that, like, I need friends. I need real friends, because there's one day, if this happened once, I'm not going to be able to maneuver myself out, because there was a time that I was trapped. I had no idea what I was going to do. I was figuring I'm going to make a knife and I'm going to go out with a bang.
Yeah. And then because it's what they want, which would be that you would hurt somebody would hurt you, and then they just extend your sentence, and they
want to trap people in there.
Yeah, they want to keep you because you're dollar signs. So we get you transferred to one segment of Gen Pop where you kind of felt like you were all right. And there's a couple of things that come to mind when I think back on this. One was that guard who like pulled you aside and he was like, man, I respect how you do your time. And I know that got through to you too. But you were also, I think maybe one of your cousins was in there and you were mentoring him just about how to walk a different path. Like as the gangs try to suck him in, as the system tried to suck him in.
Yeah, I got a few people out of the gangs while I was in there.
Yeah.
And what it was is like, AdSeg allowed me to have time one-on-one with people where it was like only me in their ear, you know? I mean, besides people picking up the phone, your neighbor becomes your family. And it's like, you can't survive that place without your neighbors. You'll go insane. I mean, the voice in the vent and the voice in your wall socket become your best friends. And, you know, I was just happened to be placed around people that were my age sometimes. And I would take that opportunity to tell them my story, tell them, like, you don't have to do this, bro. You don't have to do this. Because for me, it was a very, very clear choice to me when I was making it, that this is who I am. But to them, that was never a choice to them. It was, oh, no, I fucked up. I'm in prison. I got to join a gang. Now I got to hurt people. Now this is what I know. Now I got 5 more years. Now I got 3 more years. Now that was for them. It was a constant state of like stress for them. Of course, and their big homies don't let them out of it. They want them like that, you know? And I talked to them and figure out what their goals were, figure out who it was that was important to them, if their family was important to them, if their kids were important to them, if their woman was important to them. Well, how are any of those things important if you're willing to jeopardize your future with them for this dude that you don't even freaking know? Wait, because he's going to whoop your ass, you're going to do what he says?
And does not have your best interest at heart, even though he's telling you your family. And he's offering you ashes. And, you know, and it's so cool, man, because, you know, I think that during throughout your history, man, I mean, you were a recruiter and you were a manipulator and you knew how to pull people into that. And it's the same skill set, which I love about this story, that has been repurposed and transformed to now pull people out of those situations. And I think that's the beauty of redemption and what God gives us this opportunity to do, man, is he can take all our broken pieces and repurpose them, you know, and now you're recruiting for God's army, man.
Yeah, absolutely, bro. That's absolutely what I'm doing. It's, you know, the communities need healing. And that's only going to start with the people who decide that it's going to happen. And, you know, like, I see right now that we need mentors. I mean, I can't speak from a female standpoint, but from a man standpoint, I see that our community has a lack of fathers. Mentors can fix that, can help to nurture, can help to teach, and
fill those voids in people's lives. Yeah. Because something flows in there, right? And if it's not love, and if it's not, you know, a father, and if it's not, you know, those things that we were created for, then it's just violence and damage and pain. Well,
you tell me what makes you feel important, and I'll tell you exactly who you are. That's Dale Carnegie.
So then a couple more things happen. One is that they try to get you on this Suboxone shot.
Oh, yeah.
That nearly kills you, man. And so and then also it turned out where you were at was not actually safe.
Yeah, I know. So they ended up giving me this shot, and it's like Sublocade.
Yeah.
And it's like part of the drug treatment in there. And it's
but you haven't used drugs in years. There's a really low, you're not looking to use drugs, and they tell you that, like, this is going to look good to your probation. They force you into taking this.
They coerce you into doing it because they get paid for the program. Every time that somebody gets that shot, that program pays them.
Yep.
And so what they're doing in there is they're like, oh, this Sublocade, it'll cure your opiate withdrawals. It'll cure your freaking fentanyl withdrawals, and there's fentanyl in dope. So they're using it to treat people who do dope. And, it was part of my treatment. So even though I had been locked up for so long, like, my treatment was still part of what I needed to complete to get off probation. And I still need to complete to get off of probation. Like, I got 8 years left. So I let them talk me into getting this Sublocade shot. I think it's a good idea. And, man, they gave it to me, and I couldn't move for 3 weeks.
Yeah, it fucked you. I mean, I remember talking to you throughout this period of time. You were a ghost of yourself, man.
Yeah. Like, no energy. It was crazy, bro. And I'm sitting there on my bed dying. Yeah. I can't even get up to go eat. Like, I just have no energy. And I've seen people die from this stuff.
Yep.
Like, there was an old man that was in the same unit as me. He got the shot in his stomach. He went to his cell and he passed away that night. When everybody woke up, he was gone. You know, his soul just wasn't in his body no more. And, you know, that is not all right. How are you going to treat these people who are trying to get out, trying to better themselves as guinea pigs for a couple bucks? And that's exactly how I felt. Man, my body wasted away while I was on that stuff. I had lost so much weight on that stuff. And there I was, you know, having to protect myself. They give me this shot, and yeah, I ended up getting jumped. I ended up getting ribs broken. I ended up freaking having to back myself out of that cell and get out of there. Otherwise, I don't know what would have happened. And I finally, like...
and it got to the point where you couldn't go to get food.
Yeah,
right?
it was to the point where I just...
Like you couldn't go to the cafeteria.
Yeah.
And then, I mean, obviously, man, like we're so close, and you and I were like, and I put a bunch of money on your books just so you didn't have to go because you could get food at.
Yeah, we could get food on commissary, and then what I couldn't get, I would tattoo for.
Yeah.
And yeah, it was to the point where I knew that there was going to be an attempt on me if I left that unit. Like, I'd been warned, like by my own personal friends, like, Koa, don't go. There's going to be an attempt on you. Don't go. And so I'm like, all right, cool.
Also, I mean, I put the money in your books, so you never had to go into, like, so what is it called? The general area where everybody eats?
Oh, cafeteria.
Just cafeteria.
Yeah, just
all
cafeteria.
Right. So, like, you weren't able to go there any longer. We were able to get you into commissary, and then, maybe a week or two, they just removed all of your funds.
Oh,
they just took it all away. And so I couldn't even put more, like, you're literally starving to death.
Yeah.
Like, they've put you in horrible drug withdrawal and just destroyed you with this shot that you never should have gotten in the first place. People are trying to kill you, and you now have no money, no access to food, and so you tattooed your way out of that motherfucker.
Yeah,
it was so hard, man.
Yeah. Every day I would wake up, I'd figure out who wanted a tattoo, I'd draw it up, I'd slap it on them, I'd get it done, and I'd have food to eat for the day. And
you weren't telling people, too, that you were getting out? Like, you didn't want to, expedite.
Nobody knew I was getting out.
Yeah. And then one day you were just gone like a ghost, man.
Yep. That night at midnight, not even my cellie knew. And I had all my stuff packed up, and he's all like, are you rolling out? And I was like, I'm getting out. And my son's like, what? Oh, shit. Like, let's watch some TV. And then finally, midnight rolls around. And I think it's like 1:30 in the morning, they finally come and get me. And I think my cellie thought I was crazy. Yeah. I don't think my cellie thought I was getting out. And the guards come in and they grab they're like, okay, get your stuff, you're leaving. And my cellie was like, oh, you're really getting out? And I was like, yeah. And so, I got to go out, and man, I'll tell you about the debooking process in prison too. It's actually not bad at all. Like, I was treated with a lot of respect and everything. It was like, now they knew I was getting out. Now all of a sudden I was a person. And the dude that booked me out, he offered me some good advice. He was like, you're out of here. He's like, never look back. He's like, these people in here that are stuck here, they're not your friends. Don't look back. And in my head, that made sense. I was like, all right, cool. I wasn't planning on it. But the fact that a guard would be willing to take that time to say that to somebody who was leaving that he didn't know, it was like I was a person again. And so I started experiencing that on my way just to go to booking.
You were like rehumanizing. Like, it's almost,
It's like I'm like, these guards are like looking at me, giving me thumbs up, like saying, hey, go have fun when you're home. Like, saying goodbye to me. Like, and I know a lot of guards did have respect for me because of the way that I did my time. I have had like you said, I had that guard grab me and pull, well, not grab me, but it was bringing me back in from the bullpens, which is an exercise cage that we get. And he said, Mr. Hutchinson. And I was like, what's up? And he's like, I just want you to know that I really respect how you do your time, man. And I was just like, thank you, man. And so I know that guards respected how I did my time. They respected how.
I mean, that was right when you were really finding out you had a purpose, man. I could almost sense you like finding that identity and like that maybe now you're a healer and a helper, man, and you're a leader and you're leading somewhere new. And I could just when you told me about that, there was so much pride in how you told. I could just feel you finding your identity, man. Yeah, and that people saw the good in you, man, even though you covered it up with
all this ink, all this war paint.
Well, it looks good, man, but it looks dangerous, you know?
Yeah, it's war paint, man. You know, people do this to communicate that they're a threat. Yep. And, you know, I can't expect people not to judge
you're still a threat. You're just a threat to the other side, brother.
To the wrong side, you know what I mean?
So, okay, so then that's where we're at, and then you get out, and you come back to Billings, man, and I was so excited to see you.
Yeah. Yeah, we got to see each other, man. Got to kind of hang out, got to go out and eat. You got me Mediterranean food for my first meal with you. That was really good. Wasn't it a Euro?
Yeah, Spitz, man.
Yeah, Spitz, great restaurant.
My buddy Peter O'Brien owns Spitz. He's a great guy.
Anybody wants to go try it out, you should. It's amazing.
Spitz is great.
Yeah.
Pitch for Spitz. Pitch for Pete.
Yeah.
He's a good guy, man. And I think, did you meet Mike then?
I didn't meet Mike, did I? Oh, wait, Mike Givakovic? Yeah, I did. Yeah, he showed up to that speaking event that I did.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Got you clothes too, man. You were staying in that trailer, and then that didn't work out. I mean, it was just like, it was like the chaos never really stopped, man. You had this, like, well-laid plan. Like, you really worked hard on it to, like, try and, you know, transition back into reality. And then, you know, it was just like one rug after another was pulled out from under you.
But you see, that's why I say that God works in mysterious ways, last set plans. Like, if I got out to the same exact area I used to gangbang in, I got out to the same exact trailer court I used to have as my fucking headquarters. Like, and
which coincidentally is like a block from River's Edge too, which is the group home where you and I met, man.
Yeah, exactly. And so there I am in the same place trying to do something different, and it just wasn't working. I was spinning my wheels, man. I couldn't make it work. And even the friend that I had gotten out to turned out to be a little bit of a stumbling block, or trying to be. And so I literally, for my own mental health and my own like respect for myself, I had to just pack my stuff and leave one day and just never look back. I haven't even talked to that man who I called my friend for years since then, because of just the amount of disrespect, trying to set me up for failure, trying to use me that I experienced getting out. Like, if you're getting out to somebody and you're expecting it to be a good situation, just really watch the character of that person, because you don't know what their intentions are for you having you there. For all you know, they could be trying to extort you for rent money and call your PO if you don't give it to them. Be very careful who you trust, because I ended up in a bad situation right when I got out. I ended up having to relocate to my adopted father's trailer. And so I'm over there, and next thing I know, I just can't really land no work. Can't really find a job, can't really get no traction. So I'm tattooing.
Yep.
And I'm
still hustling, man.
I'm actually tattooing with the same prison motor that I had in prison. I snuck it out in the tip of my boot. And so it was what I was good at tattooing with. So a lot of people were just like, yeah, tattoo on me with it. And that's actually how I started making my money, and I was paying for my rent and paying for my food. And besides you helping me out, like that was the only way I could really support myself.
Well, and I'm also really good at my craft, man. And so we started building together. I mean, I was introducing you from Dr. Garcia to Zach Terakidis, man. Well, partially because I know your story is a sacred story.
Yeah.
That this isn't a story that it's not a lot of these types of stories of people who fought this hard to get out. And so I'm a storyteller, but I'm also a mentor, man. And, we were lining things up, man, like even, and still potentially now, like there's an internship with a tattoo artist I know very well that we can line that stuff. But we were figuring stuff out. We were putting stuff in place and making stuff work. And you were hustling, you're doing the best that you could. Like, once again, man, doors just didn't open. Like, but it wasn't through lack of effort. You remained faithful. I mean, I watched, I can testify to it. But you were still out there hustling. But all of that led to what really inspired this 3-part series, which was when you got up and told your story at that mentor recruitment event.
Yeah.
And there are a few moments in my life that I've ever been more proud of than that moment in time.
Man, I'll tell you this is that, getting right back out to the area that I used to do bad in and living there, and then all of a sudden my actions and my energy is being put into something so profoundly different that makes the complete opposite impact on the community that I used to destroy. Man, that felt so good to stand up on that podium, to tell people, listen, this is who I was. This is what this is what I've been through. This is what I experienced. This is what I've seen. And this is what mentorship did for me. This is what people having faith did for me. And, I hope that the jobs that it created, the opportunities that it created, I hope that kids get exactly what I got from it. I hope that young adults get exactly what I got from it. I hope anybody who needs anything from that program, I hope the mentors get what they need from it. That get that fulfillment that keeps them going, keeps them hungry, because you're making a difference.
Yeah, amen, man. That's so interesting too, because sometimes you just don't know, right? Like you might implant in somebody a seed that doesn't show up, like the seeds that we planted together, man, at River's Edge, when you were 13, 14 years old. They didn't show up for, you had to go walk your path, man. And but there was something that we planted together, man, that started to grow finally.
Yeah, it was a journey, and it also to kind of like, do you want me to talk about how life is going for right now?
Yeah.
And wrap it up? Or
Yeah,
for the wrap up? Yeah.
Well, first, maybe just give a few more details about that, because, to me, that was a seminal moment for our community, where our community got to witness the power of mentorship. And there's so many, there's a couple of things here. Cole, you have had an outsized impact on so many people around you. Like, so I know Mike Shavers, he's the director at YBGR.
Yeah.
And you were at YBGR for a period of time, and somebody passed in your life. I don't think it was your mom, right?
It was my grandmother.
Your grandmother passed away, and they wouldn't let you, in the group homes, they wouldn't let you go to the funeral. And, you were pissed, man, and rightly so, and you tore the place up.
Yeah, I broke 22 windows, assaulted a police officer, and I don't remember. I think I broke an oven and a bunch of other stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, I lost my cool for sure.
Yeah. And so you got kicked out, which, that'll happen. But they changed their policy. Like, because Mike Shavers, he looked at what happened, he reviewed it, and he said, this is wrong. And so YBGR is a better place, because of that. And Mike Shavers, literally, man, the director of, YBGR is just an enormous program. But he was at that. He listened to your story.
To hear because he came up to me and he said, I remember you. He said, you were in Dorothy's Lodge, huh? And I was like, I smiled and I looked at him and I was like, in my head, I was like, oh, he remembers me.
Yeah.
And when he told me that story of that they changed that policy, and I told him, I was like, man, that's amazing. I was like, that's super good to hear. I was like, I personally want to get into mentoring youth. I personally want to give into investing into the capital that is this next generation, and trying to show them some light, trying to show them some of the light that I see in my own life. And the fact that he expressed interest and gave me his card to reach out to him and everything, I haven't yet, because I haven't been stable enough to feel like I could offer anything besides words as a mentor.
This stuff, we're building this stuff, man. It's all there. I talk to Mike all the time. But, another one, too, is from that event, Dr. Garcia is superintendent for the largest school district in Montana, man.
Yeah.
He's the finest leader that I have ever encountered. Out of what we built, what we did together, man, he launched a mentoring program at the Lincoln Center. And it's internal. They just hired a mentor coordinator to work with the schools and the mentoring programs. We're building an empire of mentorship, man. And a lot of that stemmed from you and the impact that you've had on the people around you, for better or for worse, over the course of your life.
Despite my impact, the impact I hope to have
we're just getting started, brother. This is the beginning, man.
I want to see Billings become a hub of change. I want to see Billings be a community that leads, like we have a lot of really good people up here. There's a lot of really good guys up here and good people. I mean, women, guys, all of it, that want to see the community a better place, that are tired of seeing people hurt and children die and go to prison and, families torn apart because of drugs in our community and sex trafficking in our community and human trafficking in our community. And, I hope that one day that this is a city where I can feel safe to let my kids walk around.
100%, man. Yeah, we're going to build that city. So, all right, so you gave that presentation. It was, I would have loved to have just like tied the boat on it and said, hey, we won, story concluded, but like, that's not how life actually works. And so in the weeks after that, and we're working together, man. We were looking at the Good Wolf. We were talking about building a recording studio, which we're still going to build. We're actually in it. This is the first ever thing that's been recorded here. We got these paintings on the wall, man. Yeah, this is a great send off but I mean, I think this is a place where we can really build a recording studio for artists, for rappers. We connected you with Cole Hill, Killa C, who's just
he's an amazing person.
Yeah, he's an amazing person.
I'm really proud to say that he's my friend and a mentor, man. For sure.
Yeah. And so, I mean, I think he's going to be involved in that project. So, like, the stuff that you're describing, man, like, we're ready to go and build that, and go build that city. And I just see redemption in our city's future. All right, so, you gave that presentation, and then you were just still hustling, tattooing, trying to find a job, all that stuff. And then we find out there's a green light back on you.
Yeah, and, so I guess I'll go a little bit just right before that to kind of get on Cole a little bit, because that way everybody knows like my history with him. So I actually got introduced to Cole because of like he had to go through a program where he had to coach somebody, and I ended up being the person lucky
enough. Our program, the Center for Mentoring, Coaching, and Leadership Development. Yeah, my
buddy's program here. He was able to get me as the person that he was going to coach.
Yep.
And so I got to go there every week and kick it with him and talk to him. And, I got to put what I had on my plate in front of him and see what he would tell me, what he would give me advice to do, what he thought. And it was amazing because I was struggling so hard when I was struggling so badly when I got out with everything that, being able to go in there and hear this very successful person who didn't look at me like a loser, didn't judge me. Yeah, I get written off on first glance, and he did not. And it gave me faith, and being able to talk to God about him, and being able to talk about God with him, and being able to just run my problems off of him. Man, he was once a gang member, then a successful rapper, and now he is over at the Lincoln Center making a difference daily.
No doubt, man.
And, that kind of success.
And his transformation is
absolutely
entirely built on his salvation story.
And that's only a few of the things that he's done. He's got a lot of other stuff, I'm sure, that he's gone over. But he is a very profound person too. And being able to talk with him, it was so enjoyable. It brought light into my life. Every time I left his office, I felt revitalized, recharged, ready to go get it again. And, I really appreciate my friendship with him. And, man, that's just one of the connections that you've helped me make since I've been out. If you would have told me while I was in prison that I was going to get out and be sitting in the office with a Rolling Stone magazine cover rapper, I would have said bullshit.
Dude, I love it too, man, because he's like all connected to Tech 9, and you've been talking about Tech 9 since you were 13 years old, man.
Since I was a kid.
I mean, greatest rapper of all time, man. And I mean, he's all over Cole's records, and
I think it's crazy. I think it's great. I think that the whole world's full circle, man.
God lasted our plans because he's got better ones.
Absolutely. Like I told you, I got out directly to the same neighborhoods I used to terrorize, right?
I know, man.
And then, boom, 7 months later, I live on a different side of town. I've never even lived on a nice part of town like that. And I got a job for a great company, and I'm getting put on payroll, and it's my lady's father runs the company. And he's a great man, actually. Just so for the record, that was who I was telling you about. He's just a great servant to God. And being around him, it's not like, you know, some people, you don't know them and you're like kind of standoffish. You don't know how to judge them. You don't know how to gauge them. And especially when they're a boss, you know, like they're like in a position of power over you. It's like kind of like people get nervous in that kind of situation. When you're around him, it's comfortability.
Yeah, man.
He's just there, man. And he's seen that me and his daughter need help, and he's just, you know, he appreciates my work ethic and was willing to give me a chance, willing to give me like, if I didn't have God in my life and he didn't have God in his life, I don't think I would have got that. I don't think I'd be living on the side of town that I'm on. I don't think I'd have a good job like I do. I don't think I would have my first date with my woman ended in church. I wouldn't have the woman that I do. And that was God saying, stop trying to fight so hard for what I'm going to give you. Be patient.
There is abundance, man.
Yeah.
In his mercy.
Yeah. That was God letting me know I had to be patient. And now I'm getting everything I used to pray for in life.
And some.
Absolutely. I'm getting a chance at life.
Yeah, man. Me too. Well, so, all right, couple final questions. So, I mean, I'll just fast forward through that, but like, yeah, they put the green light out. We had to get you out of town.
Yeah, that attempt on my life.
Yeah, you had to go back to Wolf Point for a bit, and you know that was also really hard. Mm-hmm. And you know, it'd be here another couple hours. We told all those stories, man. Yeah. But you battled your way out of that, man. Like you met your girlfriend out there. Mm-hmm. You're back now, man. There's the equation is full of promise, but also, you know, plenty of stumbling blocks left for us to figure out our way past. 2 questions, man, because I interviewed Cole and Brett specifically about this story and about your story. So what would you say to both of them?
To Brett?
Yeah, let's start with Brett.
Thank you for saving my life. Man, if I wouldn't have gotten incarcerated, I would be dead. I'd know I'd be dead. And, you know, no matter how much time I got out of that night, I'm grateful that it ended the way it did. And to Cole, man, thank you for believing in me, because it's so often I get looked at and written off. And the time you invested in me is not wasted, man. You know, I'm looking forward to having and maintaining a friendship with both of them.
Yeah, no doubt, man. Yeah. Anything else you want to add?
Keep pushing, because they're making a difference, both of them.
Yeah. Love you, brother. I'm proud of you.
Thank you, man. I love you too.
Thank you for listening to the Pay Love Forward podcast. If this conversation moved you, inspired you, or made you think, don't let it stop there. Pay Love Forward is more than a podcast. It's a movement, a community, and a way of being. At its heart is a simple commitment to invest in others in ways that multiply. In partnership with Resilient Stories, we're committed to hearing the story within the story, the deeper narrative of courage, compassion, and renewal that remind us of who we are as a moral people. If you'd like to walk with us, find a mentor, find a mentee, and join one of our community gatherings. You can connect through our Facebook group or visit www.payloveforward.net to learn more. Let's keep building something beautiful together.